Hello, stream number 233. Hello and good morning, Nui. I am going to be working on lighting and visibility today, turning on the lights and making it dark. So the end goal today is like I have drawn up here, that we want things to be blocking visibility. And also using the same technique, I want to have reduce the radius of vision and have lights in the distance, that kind of thing. So the algorithm that I came up with is a bit complicated, so I made a little bit of Raimu art here to illustrate. But it's all drawn up here. So we're going to add, hey there, Morpheus Zero. Going to add visibility and light to tiles. So visibility being similar to access, it's going to be a bit mask. So for example, a stone would have one bit set and air or ground would have a different bit set, so that you can't normally look through solid object unless you have like some kind of magic spell, x-ray vision, that kind of thing. That's visibility. Light is if we want tiles to actually emit light. So if I had a torch on the wall, say like right back here, it might actually illuminate this area. So adding them both to the tile set class, and also we want to have so that individual places in the world can override that. Same thing that I did to access. Hey there, A squared. How are you doing? So hope you guys are all doing well. Hey there, 715209. I saw you in a bunch of other streams last night. So that's cool. It's like we have it's a small world, right? Seeing viewers in other channels is always pretty cool. Right, so in addition to having different tiles have different visibility and light emission, I also want to have every zone have a different ambient light level, and that actually might change over time. So you might have day and night cycles in the game, or you might just have a place that's permanently lit or a place that's permanently dark. Hey there, Endurn. How are you doing? I must retaliate, though, with Raimu EJ. And if we want to have peace, I suppose we should have all three. The trifecta of Adam, EJ, Raimu EJ, and hit the wrong key. And left just EJ. There we go. So the work today is going to be focused mostly on the rendering system. So instead of I have this test area all set up to go. So this is all lit right now. You can see every square within the range. But if I do this successfully, we'll have two different things going on. We'll have these mountains blocking you from seeing right behind them, and these light sources allowing you to see them from further away. And as we go through this windy passage, we should see that we can't see around the corner until we get there. That kind of thing. So, you know, the mock-up being something like this that I made last night. This doesn't actually have the lighting system. This is just faked by actually drawing the tiles in that pattern. So the light projection, it's kind of the scheme I've come up with. The evil plan is kind of like raycasting, but it's a little complicated in the fact that I'm trying to work with square tiles and not have to do a whole lot of rays, and trying to keep the performance okay. This will be a fun, interesting concept never actually seen before. I've tried it a few times. I still think that I'm doing something wrong, but in the previous iteration of my game concept, I tried this out and it worked all right. I'm kind of worried about the performance, but we'll see. So the core concept is that we split the grid of tiles into quadrants, so we double the number of squares essentially. So these thick lines would like delimitate like maybe one row and column here, and this is the center tile. And you know, just assuming that the center tile is emitting light or emitting visibility, however you want to think about it, we would first light the four quadrants of that center tile, and then propagate the light along these red lines. So the top left quadrant would propagate up, left, and the bottom right quadrant would go right, down, and down right. And so all the diagonals propagate in three directions. Along the axis, it's well, basically, if it's on one side of the center, axis in either dimension, it's a two-direction propagation. And why I split it into quadrants is that, let's say this tile here is a solid object and it will block light. The idea is that you would propagate onto one half of that solid object so that you could see that if you're on one side but not on the other. Make sense? I might need to draw another diagram to explain that better. But if I didn't need to have like light half illuminating something so you could see it from one end and not the other, I wouldn't need to break it up into quadrants. I could make it a lot simpler. So this propagation will be used not only for lights in game, but also for innate visibility. So if you can see 3 tiles away, you would allow this to propagate 3 times, or propagate until the distance between where you started and where you ended up is no more than 3, right? So you can make it circular, you can make it square. I think I'll probably end up going circular just because it's easier to just calculate the distance on the fly between the center and whatever you're propagating to. So you have light sources, and you have the innate visibility of the player. It's where those two match is where all the tiles that you can see. So it has to be both illuminated and within line of sight. And so we're going to do that with bit masks, similar to the access. And we can make it so that you can only see certain kinds of light. So there might be that you have infrared vision, so you can maybe see heat sources on the other side of walls, but if it's not a heat source, you can't see it. So there's all sorts of crazy things we might be able to do with this, but I just want to do it with basic visibility and blocking vision through solid objects. So yeah, the first step is I'm going to need to add these fields, visibility and light, and I want to add them in a way that I can do this in the editor. So that means that in the tile set stuff here, in addition to access, I'm going to want 2 more columns, visibility and light. So I think I'll begin by adding those in the front end. So I'm just going to search for ACC. I think that'll get me there fastest. And searches, right, there it is. This is a little too wide. There we go. Hide not the view thing. Oh, yeah, I think that's what he meant. Obscurity and vision around corners and stuff like that. So we're adding 2 more columns, right? Let's do viz and light. Okay, and then for the new input box, we'll have to have 2 more of these tiles. So this is instead of access, it is visibility. And then instead of access here, it's light. So we need 2 more 2 more constants here. Visibility and a light. And then 2 more React state variables. Visibility and light. And then where this is used, we want for add tile, we want to fill it in, right? So this is when we submit to add it, right? Yeah, so new visibility, it's new tile visibility. And same thing with light. And where else? Where else would we find this? Oh, this is wrong. Should be light. Okay. Okay, now existing ones, right? So that's up here somewheres. That's frames. There we go, tiles. Here it is. So 2 more columns here. Visibility. I have to be careful with that word because I've been mistyping it a lot lately. Light. Okay. So that's the React side of things. I think I need to change the Redux side too. But let me do one more pass here to see if I missed anything. Let's actually look for the word access. Okay, here's one I missed. So we need to have a new visibility is tile visibility. And new light is tile light. Good. Aha, another one. And tile dot visibility is tile new visibility. And light. And light. And the same thing, right? Added down here. You know what it is? You just never seen what that code looks like before? I think it's going to look ugly. I tend to write ugly code when I first do it, and then it takes a couple rounds of refactoring to pretty it up. So please keep your expectations low. And then when I actually make something nice, you'll be pleasantly surprised. That's my philosophy in a lot of things in life. Set expectations low. Be surprised when you are... be pleasantly surprised when they turn out better than you thought. Okay, this ought to have reloaded with more columns. Okay. So these aren't filled in yet because they don't exist. Oh, I need to put it into the reducer and the middleware that actually makes the changes, right? So the one that makes the changes is add tile set and update tile set. So let's look for those first. Add tile set. Here. Oh, that's add tile set. I really want add tile, don't I? Is it all in update tile set? Or it could be in stage tile sets. What's that used in? Aha, yeah, it's in stage tile set. Stage tile sets. Hey there, Toulouse and Playing with Skizzers. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I got this. Exactly, Toulouse. You know it. Okay, so it's assembled where this is called here. Okay, so it should pick up anything that's new. And then what was the next one after stage? Update tile set. See where that's done. Aha. Yes, so access has to parse, and so does visibility and light. I wish it would auto-capitalize there. There's probably a plugin to do that. One of the people who used to play World of Warcraft would always say, like, if you said anything like, I wish that in World of Warcraft, in their user interface, you could do XYZ, you'd always say, you know, I think there's an add-on to do that. You're still documenting the SDK? Resident Sleeper? I'm sorry. Okay, access. I guess we should just look for the word access, shouldn't we? There's where we parse it. Actually, that's the only thing I need. Okay, well, where is the new access set? That's got to be set somewhere, so let me search for it. Oh, it's in the reducer. Okay, cool. Good to know. So it's a new field, so we need to have these ORs to bring them in for legacy things. So we'll say new visibility is tile.visibility, or so the visibility mask is what's blocking. So by default, we would see neither block nor permit, or 0, basically. And then new light. And again with the capitalization. And by default, things will not emit light. And then I need it up there as well. Up here. And then get rid of the news. There we go. And 2 more. Or all new tile, I guess. It's a 0 and a 0. Multi-cursor case preserve. See, of course Playing with Skizzers knows about it. Let me, you know, it just occurred to me. There were some things I was supposed to check out yesterday that I didn't get to. All right, oh yeah, notebook. I need to get a little bit better at this. Let me give you a point. Hey there, Clayman, how are you doing? I am doing all right. You feel like you've linked that extension before and also triggered that well comment? I don't remember. I can search for it. It would be multi-cursor, right? Oh, maybe you did. Yeah, you did. But it was back in March. Is my memory that poor that I don't remember March anymore? Okay, so you deserve like more than 1 point because, yeah, you already told me about it back in March. This is what notebooks are for. When I completely lose my memory, I will be relying more and more on my own notes. And I just need to get better at using them. Hey, they're prof elements. Yeah, I wish my memory wasn't so bad. Access. Let's search for that a little bit more. Yeah, probably Playing with Skizzers. Yeah, I guess you can count on it. It's like your new point income source every 3 or 4 months to remind me of something, and then I give you more points. And it's going to be like compounding. So next time I'll have to give you 3, and the next time after that 4, and all that, you know, etc., until I learn. Why not, right? Punish me by having to hand out more and more points. You got 2 points? All right. If this works, I should just be able to modify the tile set right away now to make solid objects block light. So visibility would... So this is going to be a 1 bit for everything that it blocks. So a 1 here would mean that this blocks light. Cool. So if I did that right, when I reload it, it's still there. Nice. Okay. Now I want to have the test object, this particle. I want to have that actually have that emit light. Let's say 3 tiles away. If I did that right, yeah, it's back there. Okay, cool. So that emits light. Actually, while I'm at it, let's have lava emit light as well, but only 1 tile. Basically, only itself. Update. So you can see lava from a distance, even if you even if it's dark around it. Okay, so that's the first part of the work. That's the easy part. Now I have to, well, add. Actually, we can. That's easy too. Add an ambient light level. So, what's the radius from 0, 0 to 9, 7? That would be 7 squared plus 9 squared square root, wouldn't it? 11. So if I set, 12, a radius of 12 will cover everything, right? So we could say that by default it's 12. If it's not there, so everything is lit by default. Otherwise we can fetch it from the zone. So like, yeah, all right, let me write this down. Notes. To see to all the corners, it's not spelled like that, of the view, ambient light or vision. I guess we can call it vision. And it needs to be at least 12. 15 default, otherwise stated. Why 15? Just to make sure. We can see. I think 12 is probably going to be good enough, right? If I use what is that? Not Manhattan distance, but yeah, straight line distance. Okay. Yes. Next. I'm going to add it to this. Yeah, so the test zone I had in mind back here, this lighting test. So this, let's put something in that component to set the ambient light level. I'll set it to like 4 or 5 or something. Oh, I forgot to silence my phone and I just got a text. Oh, okay. To respond to this text real quick. All right. 15 mostly because it's Minecraft's highest light level. Their light level is a little different. For me, the light level is going to be how far you can see straight line. Euclidean distance. There you go. Thank you for that. So it's the Euclidean distance from either the light source or the eyes. How far the light will extend, or how far you can see. Yeah, you got a point. You have 3 now. 7749, right? I want to fetch that so that I can grab that so we can modify it. KM.json. Sure, we'll format it. So we're going to add, what do I want to call it? I guess we'll call it ambient or just light. I don't know why I abbreviated that for zone. It's not like we're going to have a whole lot of zones or something. Light, something like 4. I don't need to save it. Well, actually I could save it. We're going to save it. I wish it would like not use this bright UI when I hit save. Yes. Zones, here we go. So this is lighting test, right? Blinding save menu. Yeah. How ironic. All right. Well, that reminds me that, okay, yeah, the thing I was supposed to look into yesterday was the link to make Git GUI dark mode. I never got around to it. Yesterday was sort of crazy. Today, I'll have a little bit more time after the stream to do stuff. Okay, going back into pasting it here, right? Update. I never did get around to fixing that. And I think, did I forget to even enter that? Ish. Let me go to this. Actually, I should just do the command. Because if anyone wants to make a suggestion or report a bug in game, I set up this GitHub for that. Actually, while I'm at it, let me go to my settings and not show my settings, but GitHub has a dark mode, right? Where would I see that? Not on my personal settings? What's the purpose of the last modified timestamp on inventory data? Oh, it's to... there was some reason for that. You don't think it has a dark mode? I have to use an extension? Well, that sucks. I didn't think... I didn't put a last modified timestamp on inventory. I put like last seen... Hold on a second. Okay, let me look at my character. New JSON format. Yeah, the inventory just has the item entity IDs, and like these items just look like this. There's no last modifier. I guess there is a timestamp for cooldown. Is that what you think? What you're thinking of? This is for like how fast you can attack, but that's the only thing time related that you'll find in a player or their yeah. Here's the attack cooldown. Maybe is that what you're talking about? These cooldowns are for like how fast you can attack, but there's nothing else time related here. And don't worry, that's not secret. Dog barking. Sorry. You see a DT represents a time to some point. Oh, DT. There's no DT here. There was a, what was it? These are abbreviated, right? So this is durability, which is obsolete now, because we don't use durability. That's damage base, so this does 3 plus 1 d8. So this is number of dice and the die sides. 1 d8 plus 3 damage. GitHub Dark works fine. It's like a theme. And now I got another text. All right, it's someone didn't know about the other text. Yeah, so yeah, there's no time related stuff in the item inventory right now. What you made me think of though is there is a field in the player record that remembers which tickets you've seen last. So but that's the closest thing I can think of. Hey there, Resubaka. Has anyone ever seen this bug where in Twitch chat it says connecting to chat, and yet you're still seeing chat? It's like the connecting to chat message never goes away. I'm seeing that right now. Anyway, okay, we added the ambient light level. So we're getting into the tough stuff, updating the rendering system. I think what I'll do is do this in steps. We'll do this algorithm down here for doing obscurity, but we won't take any light sources into account. We'll just use it to darken or just not render the tiles that we can't reach to this visibility propagation algorithm. Did I draw the graphics? Yeah. I mean, it's poor graphics, I think. Just put together for testing. I haven't had any artist do any serious work yet, so it's not going to stay like this. If you either get an artist or put some more time into practicing doing more art, hopefully this will all improve. Oh, you had a DT for your item? Do you know what entity that was? Oh, when the client receives inventory data. I don't know, let's look. I might be forgetting something that I did. DT, right? Oh, that's dialogue target. Oh, despawn time. Yeah. Right. If you drop an item on the ground, and that time arrives and the thing is still on the ground, disappears. If you were to pick up the item and it hasn't despawned yet, that it's a leftover artifact that despawn time will stay in there. Yeah. Every time you drop the item, the despawn time will be reset. And then, yeah, if it's still on the ground when that time expires, then bye-bye item. I forgot about that. Totally forgot about it. Okay, so the idea will be wherever the player happens to be, we're going to try to do this propagation of vision from that spot. And any tiles that we don't hit, we don't show the client. So we would either have to, if we've told them about it, we would need to tell them to remove it. If we're telling them about all the tiles, we'll just omit it. And if we're adding tiles, then we have to add things that weren't visible before. Can it look like a last modified time? Yeah, it's the fault of the abbreviation. But you would see it change every time you drop it. And then pick it up again, it will have changed. I think I'm just going to prototype this without writing a test. I just want to see it work, so... So these are the plans that I come up with last night that made sense to me at the time. So I don't need that yet. I don't need that. For each camera, here we go. Compute the set of tiles visible by the camera and oh, this should be which quadrants are visible. So basically we're adding a, quote, light at the camera position representing, it's sort of like it's the ambient light, but it's also the vision, representing the player's vision, given the amount of ambient light or the player's vision ability, etc. Should be a comma. Right. So we'll use the ambient light from the zone for the range, and yeah, use the same algorithm as light illumination, except for use the camera's V capability. Okay, so I need to basically give players this capability to have vision. I'll hard code it for now, and we'll set it to. I guess we'll set it to. Well, wait a minute, let me think about this. Oh no, this isn't range. This is what we test against each tile's visibility. So it would be. Oh wait a minute. I guess it would be 0. Right? No, it can't. Well, might as well. We only test against tiles that have a non-zero visibility. So a 0 would be normal vision, and then where do I have this set again? Where is it? This visibility of 1, you would have to have that bit set in order to see through the mountains. I think that's how I want to do it. Right, okay. Yeah, so we have to recompute the visibility every time the camera moves or any tile, basically if anything changes. So every time the camera updates, we got to recompute it. Okay, so let's do it. I guess where would I have to do it? We have some workers working on the house next door, and they needed access to the side on our side to put their ladder up, and now I'm wondering, are they going to close the gate again, or do I need to go out there and close it myself? All right. Rendering. How come I'm having trouble seeing things today? Okay, the root rendering update. Detect new cameras. Let's just do it first with initial sprite feedback, just to see if I can make it work. So right now it's hitting every tile with in the entire view. So what I can do is I can have it first compute what can be seen, and then loop through and do this conditionally if it can be seen. We want to first start with these 4 quadrants, and then I guess we extend out in a ring, right? So we could start with, we could just loop from, I guess 1 to 2 times, yeah, something like this. For R equals, should be 1. It feels odd starting at 1. And this should go out to, well, we're going to hard code it right now, right? So something like, if I set, what did I set the ambient light level? 4, so this would be like 8. And we're going to want to have I guess we're just going to have a map of what tiles, yeah, what quadrants are visible, right? I think what I'm going to do to make it easier later is these quadrants will be bit fields. So like 1, 2, 4, 8, clockwise fashion, something like that. What about something to make certain things, make it less visible, like trees could reduce the view distance because they usually block. I was just going to have them, it's binary. It either blocks or it doesn't. I'm not actually sure how I would have things less visible. You mean like turn the alpha or blend it with black so that it's harder to see? I thought about that briefly, but I'm like, I don't really like those games where it messes with the brightness. I mean, I know it's supposed to be realistic, but I just didn't like it for some reason. But I'll take that down. Yeah, I didn't see that in chat. Was that in there before? What did I miss? Tree. How come I can't see it? Yeah, I don't see that in chat. What happened to it? Is Twitch chat dropping stuff again? Anyway, yeah, good idea. I presume it came from you, Nui, so I'll give you a point for it. Uh-oh. Are we having trouble with Twitch chat? Yep, my bot seems to be offline. Or can't respond. Test. Twitch chat's broken? I'm not even seeing it show up in my overlay. Yeah, I think Twitch chat is, yeah, GG Twitch chat. My Twitch chat isn't showing up. Here, I'll show you what I'm seeing. I wrote these. It didn't show up in my overlay, and you probably aren't seeing it either. I guess it could be my connection to Twitch. I'm not dropping any frames on my upload, but maybe my download's hosed. Well, no, I'm seeing your chat, though. You all... Okay, so I should just give everyone a point? Why are you too slow playing with Skizzers? I think it's because you're having to work on the SDK today. Yeah, my chat is... Oh, no, there... Look, it worked. So does that mean that the bot sees me now? I don't know if the bot's... Actually, I can tell if the bot is seeing me. Because I can go into the real game and see if it shows up here. Okay, it saw that. But it can't... Is it that it can't reply back? Well, I can't give you... Oh, there it worked. There it worked. So now I can give Nui a point, finally. Yay! No, it didn't work. Stream elements came back. Yeah, but playing with Skizzers, there was nothing to leak. Now I can't show it because I'll be showing your whisper. How do I give you actually, I guess I can do it in game, right? Was it gift? I can't even remember my own. No, that wasn't it. Or maybe it was and I just didn't see. Nope. Okay. I sort of need to find out what it is anyway. Look it back up again. Gift. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, no, but there's points. Oh, and it's X. No, this is in chat. Okay, there's nothing for... I think it was in this one, right? Now I can't find it. Right, I had mod, but I didn't have points. So I can't even access my point system unless the bot sees me. Well, that sucks. I can't give you... Oh! I gave myself a point. Oops. It's not just Twitch chat messing up today, it's me too. Let me... Okay, now that's working again. Let me remove my own point. Because I don't deserve any points, you know? I know, I'm cheating. Fixed. It's a blunder. I should stay at 0 points. Okay, so getting back to where I was. Yes, it's a great suggestion. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do about it, but I'm giving you a point and writing it in my notebook. In the meantime, Right, I wanted to, if these are all Booleans, there are 4 of them, so it screams bitmask to me, so we can have a map from tile position to bitmask. Tile position, I had a data structure for that, right? Let me put a bookmark here and clear the old bookmarks, and it's this thing, right? Position? Yeah. So map from position to integer. And what is position in? Oh, we are in an anonymous namespace, so I gotta do that thing. Okay. So illuminated quadrants. So we'll illuminate the center ones. So that would be, do I have a constructor for this? Well, I do have one that takes an initializer list. What does that look like? X and Y. Okay, fine. So I can just say 0, 0. Or actually the center would be, no, the center is 0, 0. These are, okay, this is great. That's 15. 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 is 15, right? All right, and then we propagate. So it should be for every, let me think about this. If this is 0, then 1 would be out here, and 2. So the position is, right, okay. So we got a loop. We have to have a similar kind of nested loop here for int y is negative r over 2. Actually, no, it's just from negative r. Y is less, let me think about this. R plus 1, r times 2 plus 1, right? If that's 0, that's 1, and that's negative 1, 0, 1, 2. So it's r plus 1, right? Less than or equal to plus y, and then the same thing for x. Let me think about this. So if it's 0, it'd be from 0 to 1. From 0 to 1 inclusive. If r is 1, then it's from negative 1 to 2 inclusive. Negative 1, 0, 1, 2. Okay, that sounds good to me. So we'll say, oh, this gets complicated, doesn't it, the way I'm doing it? Hold on, I'm missing some chat. The ligature, what ligature thing am I using? I'm using, Fira code with font ligatures on. Yeah. So the quadrant we're in depends on r mod 2, doesn't it? Well, or x mod 2 and y mod 2. So if that's 0, 1, 2, 3, that would work a little bit better because then it's the horizontal coordinate and the, okay. So quad is, or not quad, yeah, quadrant. This is where it gets tough. So it's r mod 2, well, not r mod 2, x mod 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. It's actually just that, plus 2 times y mod 2, and then shift 1 shift left that, right? So if x is 0 and y is 0, it's going to be just 1. If x is 1, it's going to be 1 shift left 1, which is 2. If x is 0 and y is 1, I mean, if x mod 2 is 0 and y mod 2 is 1, it'll be 1 shift left 2, which is 4. And if they're both 1, then it's going to be 1 left shift 3. I think that's what I want. So we'll say if... Okay, and I need to get the tile position. So const position... Oh, then we need the whole thing, don't we? Tile, or just pause, I guess, is... it's x divided by 2 by y divided by 2, right? Negative 1 divided by 2 is... Okay, that's going to be a problem, right? I can't just divide by 2, can I? Zero, 0, 1, 1, but then what is this one? That's also 0. Why am I having such a hard time thinking about this? Like, to get back to the tile coordinates from the quadrant coordinates, if it's 0, 0. Divided by 2 is 0. 1 divided by 2 is 0. 2 divided by 2 is 1. So positive numbers are correct, but going negative, negative 1 divided by 2 is 0. Negative 2 divided by 2 is negative 1. So it's going to be like off by a half, off by 1 quadrant if it's negative. Right? Unless I did a floor. Unless I did it as like, instead of doing integer division, I do floating point division and then floor it. Right? Negative 1 goes to negative 2. It's yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So it's gonna look ugly though. I guess we can make a function for it. So where would the function go comfortably? Oh, these are all anonymous functions. So I can just put it anywhere I want. I can say int tile or position from quadrant. Int x, int y. Well, actually, this is just in one dimension. So d. If d is greater than 0, return d divided by 2. Else return d minus 1 divided by 2, right? The 0 goes to 0, 1 goes to 0, 2 goes to 1. Negative 1 will go to negative 1. Negative 2 will go to negative 1 also. That's correct then, right? I always get this wrong. I need to like negative 1 mod 2. Is that 1 or is it 2? I don't know these things. I need to look it up. So bad sometimes. C. Negative mod Gillis. Okay, so it keeps the sign, which is bad. So I need to take the absolute value. So I've already made this mistake already then when I did it down here. So if it's negative, it's not going to shift in the correct direction. So I'll make another function for that. Int, basically, well, I guess I could just do ABS, right? No, I can't do that because it'll be mirrored in the negative side of things. I just need a name for this. What do I want to call it? Quadrant number from quadrant? If q is greater than 0, return q mod 2. Else, return negative q mod 2. That could be greater than or equal, actually. So negative 1 would be 1, and negative 2 would be 0, which is correct. Okay. So this should be x, and then this should be y, and then I can't read it anymore, so I need to do this. There we go. What happened here? Missing some syntax somewhere? How come I can't see it? Or is it just IntelliSense screwing up? It is a syntax error on this const. Oh, it's right here. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. All right, so the position I wanted to use position from quadrant. X, Y. And this is really quadrant mask. All right, and then basically we say if illuminated quadrants position and quadrant mask is not equal to 0, then we propagate it, right? Or if it's equal to 0, we can continue. If it's not equal to 0, then we propagate it. So the propagation direction depends on the sign of everything. We go up if x is positive. No, if y is negative. We go down if y is greater than 0. No, it's okay. The boundary is at 0. If it's 0 or these actually are negative numbers. If it's 0 or less, we go up. If it's 1 or greater, we go down. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the follow, by the way. I know this is tough to follow. If y is less than or equal to 0, we're propagating up. Up. If y is greater than 0, down. And if I think it's symmetrical, right? So that means left, and that's right. And then we go up and left if they're both 0 or less, right? So then if y is also less than or equal to 0, up left. Otherwise, we're going up and right. And then over, no, I didn't do that right. It's down left. Hey there, the epic unknown. How are you doing? And then down here. This is upright, down right. Do I actually need this, or can I build that into here? No, that it would have to be repeated. So there's the up and down is separate. There we go. So then I do the propagation. So maybe I want to have this be a function since I'm going to call it from a lot of places. Let's just do one of them. We'll do left. So if we propagate left, then it is... oh, wait a minute. It has to both be illuminated. And if we're going from... Here's the other rule. Is if we're going from one position to another, we always propagate. If we're going within one quadrant to another, we only propagate if it doesn't block our vision. Could you do a switch here instead of the ifs? I don't think so. Because it's comparing against a boundary. I could do an else though. Could do that. And then this can be an else. They literally are alternatives based on a boundary, right? 3 for loops, yeah. But we're going in a spiral pattern. So we're doing dot 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 and then around this way and then around this way. This is what I'm afraid of it being a performance hog. The trick would be that R doesn't actually get very high. It only goes up to 5 right now, right? No, 8. But it is a lot of checks to make. But I don't know of any easier way. I'm not an algorithm expert. So yeah, so whether we illuminate, it depends on if we're going to a different position or not. So we'll have to get the new position. This is where I'm going to need another function to do this, but we'll put it in line here for now. Next, let's call this one, it's referred to down here too. Actually, we'll just call that position. Next position, so that is going to be x minus 1. And then we'll say if position is next position, otherwise something else, right? Well, wait a minute. Bool propagate. Let's just assume it's, well, if they're equal, then it's within the same tile, right? So we can do just the not equal part and assume propagate is true. And then propagates becomes false. Oh, I don't have a not equal for position. Oh, I had an equal but not a not equal. Is, well, indication of whether or not the position is not equivalent. This is what's hard to get straight with logic. Double negatives, right? But I can kind of cheat here. I can say, this is what I think that the compiler ought to do for you if you don't define it. You can just return this, not this equal to other, and be done with it. I am to be done with it. All right, so no, it's with, I had this wrong, right? If it's within the same tile, it only propagates if it's visible. If the mask, if it's either 0 or it doesn't, if it's 0 or if when you mask it, it's non-zero. All right, I was deep in concentration. I said hi to Epic Unknown. Hi. Kincomatics, you're back. Hello as well. All right. So here's where the actual test is for visibility. I have to actually look up all of the sprites at that position. So I need to do something similar to what this does. I need to find the position, loop through all the entities, get their tiles. Yeah, so I need something similar to this. I'm just going to put it straight in here and we'll clean it up in a bit. It's going to look terrible. Pardon the mess while we renovate. Now, what's view X? view x. Oh, that's just the position, right? Position dot x. And plus center. Find in the position index. If it's not there, what are we doing? Then we propagate it. Oh, what's that? Oh, someone's fighting someone within range of my camera. Oh, Kinkomatics is fighting. Oh, did you try to attack Killer? Don't do that. These guys are really brutal. They shouldn't they shouldn't be here. Let's move him back. They're supposed to hang out in this cave, but they have a tendency to wander out. Do we have any other ogres that are wandering around? Okay, I think there are too many ogres, so we're gonna slay some of them. Slay. We'll reduce their population to 1. It should spawn some slimes that are pushovers. You can basically one-shot them, and they don't aggro unless you're right next to them. GG, yeah. I haven't... There's a whole bunch of problems with this, right? So, these orcs are not supposed to venture out into the upper sewers, so I need to put a maximum wander range for these guys. I haven't done that yet. And also, they're on a collective spawn limit, so once you get to 10 NPCs, no more spawning. So if we happen to have all ogres, we never see any slimes, which is bad. They need to have their own individual spawn limits, I think. Test 1, 2, 3. Alright. Yeah, so we don't want to return. Basically, we just want to allow it. So this would going into this. Only if there are entities do we go in. All right. Then when we're in, I don't care about the depth, do I? Don't really care about the depth. We're getting the position. I don't need the position. What do I need from the position? And what did I need from the position before? Yeah, I didn't ever need it. I don't know why I did that. The tile, we don't need the special. If the tile is not invalid, we want to look at the visibility, right? Just to make sure I understood what I did, let me look at entity 47 in the text editor here. JSON format, please. Okay, so it really is the full word visibility. Fine. So we would say constant visibility equals, actually I can call that, since I'm auto crazy, I can just do it this way. Tile visibility. And we can get rid of all this, and we can basically say if visibility is not equal to 0, means it potentially blocks us, and actually I guess I can keep it simple. Yeah, we'll just say if it's not 0, it's going to block. Then propagate is false. And we can essentially break out early of this loop. So, if propagate this is left, right? So, oh, and I didn't get the quadrant mask. So that's the next quadrant mask. Is x minus 1. So it would be filling in the next one. This is the next position, or equals next quadrant mask. Now let me button this up into a function. So propagate light. It's going to need X and Y, and it's going to need the illuminated quadrants, and it needs the position index. And I don't know, but maybe it needs other things. We'll see. I just want to button this up and put it into a function here. Propagate light. Paste. All right. Let's get the arguments correct. Okay, illuminated quadrants is this thing. Reference. That's an int. Position index is what? It's this thing. I think I need components too. Yeah. Should I just put that first? That's been my convention so far. Put those two first. So then down here it is components, then position index, then everything else. All right. So this should be x minus 1, right? Oh, does it? It needs a previous position too. Okay. This would be just an early return. Okay, it needs center x and y. Fine. What else? What's wrong there? It looks okay to me. Too few arguments, really. What am I missing? One, oh, because there's a comma there. All right. Oh, I copied too much. Yes, I copied too much. That goes down here. That goes in there, and then this goes down here. Like that. Okay, and then I probably don't need all these arguments anymore. As many of these arguments, right? We're computing that outside. That's important that we do that. Okay, so I do need to pass in the current position, or the previous position, so that's one of these. Okay. So then to fill in the rest here, it would be up left is that. Down left is +1. Right is +1, 0. Up right is +1, -1, and down right is +1, +1. Then there's down, which is 0, -1. I mean, that's up, right? And then down is +1. I need like toggler for my brain. You know what I mean? Toggler. Just plug in for VS Code. Swaps things like 0 becomes 1, true becomes false. I said up when I meant down, or I said down when I meant up. And I need toggler for my brain. That's the answer. Okay, so if I did this right, it will end up with Yeah, we'll end up with a map that has all the reachable, all the visible quadrants. So then, or basically all the visible positions, and then we can use that when we're here. So basically, if illuminated quadrants find view X, view Y is not equal to illuminated quadrants end, then add it. Right? That's the test. The other way I could do it is instead of looping, I can just loop through all the illuminated quadrants. Maybe that's easier. Yeah, why don't we just do it that way? A message is not going through. Do you know about CRAP score? Sounds familiar, but I don't remember. Could you not have just set the x and y values individually in the statements, then call the function once? Twitch chat's broken, yeah. You can speak again. Twitch, it was very silent for a while. For like 10 minutes. Sorry about Twitch chat. There's not much I can do about it. That's Twitch's problem. X and Y values individually in the statements and then call the function once. You mean instead of doing all this logic here? We have to either have to do conditionals here to keep this loop, these loops, simple, or I can turn it around and do it a different way. If y is less than or equal to 0, set the y value. If x is greater than or equal to is greater than 0, set x. Well, isn't that kind of what I'm doing? If it's less than 0, then go left. Go up and left, go down and left. I'd have to call, we're propagating in different directions though for each call. Those are all different. No need to do the combined ones. Combined ones. I'm not I'm sorry, I don't follow. I'm confused. There should be 8 calls for the 8 different cardinal directions, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Up, down, left, right. Up, left, down, right. Up, right, down, left. It's just I don't think I need to do this loop anymore. I can just iterate through this. So const auto position in illuminated quadrants. Const auto view x is, well, we don't need to do any of this stuff. You can just do this, right? This is position.x and that's position.y. If I did that right, oh, it's I don't need to make a copy of it. It's just position second x, or first x. The second is the mask, which we don't care about anymore. Yeah. Think I got it right. So, time to test it? This just feels really wrong. There's gotta be a way to clean up this mess. Do it more efficiently, maybe without maps and stuff like that. Oh, we have an error somewhere. Return. Oh, wait, what did I do wrong here? Oh, it's not return, it's continue. Yep, you got it. Superior's got it about the same time I did, I think. Okay, I have no idea if this will work. This will be fun though. So we're gonna stop this test server. Stop, please. Start it again. I was having trouble with this server starting this morning. So I adjusted the timing again on it. And okay, it's coming back up okay. Oh, hold on. I gotta let the dog out. Hey, look. It sort of didn't work. These didn't block my vision. Anyway, I'll just mute the camera. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Had to go close the side gate of the house. I mean, it sort of worked in that it propagated out as far as 5 squares, right? And that's obviously not right, because I had it only on initial load. Okay, so I need to find out why it's going through the stone. I guess I'll have to do some kind of unit test, won't I? Unless I can figure it out by sight. Okay, really, we shouldn't see this at all because this should block it. So it's gonna be when we propagate up. It's at least failing for that. This illuminated quadrants, where do we use that? Oh, you know what? This inserts it into the map even if it's not in there. That's the problem, or that's a problem. Its presence in that map or not is what controls whether we draw it. So, where am I? We should first see if it's in there. So, const auto illuminated quadrants entry is find the position if it is not equal to the end. Well, if it's equal to the end, or this dot or arrow second, another parentheses. And this is that. So if you can't find it in the map at all, or if the value masked with the quadrant mask is 0, which basically means it doesn't intersect, then we do not propagate it. We do not propagate it. Nothing to propagate, right? Snapshot. Stop and start. I was happy that it at least only drew out to that distance. It's using, it's not making it a circle though. That's another thing I had to fix. I think it's the way we're not computing the Euclidean distance correctly. Is it still coming up? Oh, it's not synchronizing correctly. And once more, I could have used that script, right? Delete the snapshot. Copy the game. Oh, wait a minute. I just deleted the wrong thing. Oh, good thing I have backups. Rename, or basically copy 10 game snapshot. Okay, 0 39204 snapshot to game snapshot. Now, the thing I really wanted to delete was game journal. Copy 10's game snapshot to 11 and 12. Hey, Pollux. Yeah, I know, rip snapshot. Good thing I hit this save snapshot more than once. It actually makes a new snapshot every 45 seconds or something anyway. I know, I wouldn't have messed it up if I had a script. Exactly. The thing is, I would have to have 3 scripts because or have it parameterized because we need to pick which server to synchronize to. Well, it's still not working. So, I think I will just bite the bullet and make a unit test that tests to make sure light doesn't propagate beyond a boundary. So that is, let's do a unit test. I didn't want to have to do the unit test because it's just more work. I was just hoping it would just work as it is. ECS test rendering. It's a little bit complicated is all. Solid wall blocks visibility. You hate the solarized theme so bad? You should check out 1984 theme for VS Code. Which theme is this that I'm using? Oh, there was a way to get the theme, right? Theme. Here we go. I'm using Dark Plus, not solarized. 1984. I'll check it out later. I don't want to get too distracted right now, but I'll definitely check it out later. Yeah, using the Dark Plus. All right, I guess we're taking some other test and changing it. I only need one camera, actually. The Z coordinate doesn't matter. I don't need these other cameras. And we're not doing a particle. Actually, I just want to do an update, don't I? Oh, it's the same thing. Actually, that's exactly what I want down here. So no feedbacks, put that there. Initial sprites are really what I want. Sprites. Yeah, let's just pick this. This is a more appropriate test, a closer test to what I want. Okay. Sure. Well, really this is the camera, right? Why do I have a character? Oh. This was something the camera could see. Yeah, so, okay. We'll have a wall. And it means I need to have a tile set. So tile ID, but tile set of, actually, that needs to be an entity. So we need to make a tile set. Oh, really? I don't ever make a tile set in this test framework? Well, better late than never. Tile set. Tile set. I'll cheat and look at this tile set. The only thing that really matters is it has a tiles with a JSON array of tile information, because that's where it's going to get the visibility. So we'll have two tiles, a wall and a ground or something. So JSON object. And so this will, I'll make one the ground. So that means this one's visibility will be 0. And then the other one will be visibility 1. You're talking about my terminal theme before. Anybody use Cloudinary? Never heard of it. That marketplace website just takes up like 1/3 of the screen with scroll static info. Oh, yeah. Bad website design. Yeah, tile 2 is the wall, right? So we'll put the wall, I want to just test it very simply that this will be at 0, -1. And 0 depth. So that's the wall. I don't need a character. Let's get rid of character. And there'll be like ground on the other side of the wall. But I don't want it to show up in the tile sets at all. So the ground will be at -2, tile set 1. I don't need Pepe either. Copy the whole tiles key and array instead of the object it has inside to change the visibility. Oh, did I? Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you, A squared. So just delete a few of those lines. Easy. Okay, position and tile for the wall, position and tile for the ground. Set the camera at 0, 0. And I should only see the wall. So I should only see the wall. At 0, -1. Tile is 2. Depth is 0. And that's the only thing I should see. Okay, the tile sets... I think it just passes the same object, right? So I can just make this auto tile set. Oh, I can't use the same name. Okay, tile set component. All right, and then it's basically just passed in here in this array. Oh, wait a minute. That's not exactly true, is it? I need to find out what exactly we see for that. Right, there's an ID. Oh, it's that plus its ID. Okay, so, There's no harm in just putting the ID directly. Oh, no, there is. Yeah, so this is going to be tileset component with ID. So, auto tileset component with ID. That should make a copy, right? Come on, IntelliSense. It doesn't want to tell me. Anyway, I should just be able to do the same thing. ID equals tileset. If I do that down here. Well, thanks for the follow. This is ID tileset. Basically, oh no, it's this string. What am I thinking? In the ID field store its own ID in it. And then that's what we transmit down here. All right. Let's see how off it is. So I'm expecting this, we're going to be able to see the ground on the other side of the wall. But it could be worse than that. Let's see. I might have forgotten something. This is actually CS Master 701. Got access to your old account, so you're going to refollow all the new accounts. Oh, okay. You got access, so you lost access to your old account for a while? That sucks. I'm glad you got it back. Wow, you have an old account. 2012. Nice. Wow. It reminds me, like, I had a Yahoo account from 1992, I think, or 4. It's like really, really old. And I lost access to it, and it's sort of a bummer. I just forgot the password, didn't use it for like 15, 20 years. Then realized I still had that old account. Tried to reset the password. Yahoo's like, there's no such account. So either I forgot that I deleted the account, or if you don't use an email for like 15 years, they just drop it at some point. Justin.tv days. Wow, that is cool. All right, I think this is going to fail miserably, but we'll see. How bad could it be, right? Wait, why is there an ID 3 there? Did I get the ID wrong? In the... Oh no, that's the entity ID. Yeah, so this is the ground. It's seeing the ground behind the wall. But there's also some extra messages here. Oh no, that's the tile set, right? Why is it sending the tile set twice? With version null, add tile set. Why is it doing that? Why? Why send the tile sets twice like that? I need to see why. When is add tile set called? Announce tile set added. When is that called? Oh, if it wasn't seen in the previous update. So we need to do an update before... No? Wait a minute. Oh, we need... okay. I think it's the order in which I added things. Where is the actual update done? Way down there. I think we have to do an update before we add the camera. Yes, that's the problem. Need to update and then feedback's clear. Then the camera's added, and it says, okay, this tile set is not new, and the camera just needs to know about it. Run. Look better? Yeah, so it's just saying it sees the ground. This is perfect. So now I can step through this code and find out what's going on in this mess. And I'm only going to focus on the up propagation. So debug. All right. X is 0 and Y is 0. So that should, I don't really care about that. That should propagate up 1 square. So I'm just going to have it go again. And oh, that's the one to immediately to the right of it. So that's this quadrant should go up too. So I don't care about that one. Right, so -1 is up here going up. I don't care about that one either. 0 -1, that's the one I do care about. This should not propagate, so let me step in and see if it does. Next position is 0 -1. What's position? 0 -1, yes. Next quadrant mask is 1. That's correct. And what is our current quadrant mask? I would look at that in this, wouldn't I? It should be 2. No, it's 4. Right, 1, 2, 4, 8. Yeah. Okay, good, good. Hey there, Ramy. Wow-e. You know, I'm going to go ahead and update my Yada because I want to be able to say wow-e really fast. Where is that in Yada? That's under settings, actions, right? Yeah. Action text should say wowie username. Action name wowie add. Now I can click and say wowie Ramy. Yeah. Yeah, I use Yata for my Twitch chat. So I have like quick shortcuts now for saying wowie or shout out or saying hey, or if it's the first time you subbed. Let's pretend that Ramy just subbed. I'd be able to do something like that. I totally stole that idea from Adam. Only I think I was the first one to try the 1/12 thing. Yeah, so I like the Yada shortcuts. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Position is next position. So what is X and Y? Center X. Right, that's fine. So it's 0 and -1. It should find it in the index. So it should look at the entity, which is the wall, right? Yeah, that's just the wall that's in the way. So it's going to get the tile. The tile's visibility is 0. Hold on. The entity is 2? Hold on. Is that right? The camera's 4. The ground is 3. The wall is 2. I have the tile IDs wrong. That's ID 0. No, 1, and that's 2. Wait a minute. What's this tile? Object. Why does it have a C in it? Oh, changed. Right, ID is 2. Oh, I see what the problem is. It's going directly to the tile, which is it doesn't have it. It needs to go to the tile set. Yeah, okay. So once we get the tile, we need to get the tile's ID. Yeah. So it's one more step. Tile set is tile key realm server key tile set. Right? Because that should match this. So it should find the tile set, and then we index it by its ID. Basically, it's I can't remember if I made it 0 based or 1 based. I think it was 0. Well, I'll have to look it up. Let's look up where I use this. For a whole 1/12 of a year, yes. Feels good to be back to your OG username. Well, congrats. I hope you didn't have any subs, or didn't have a whole lot of subs on the new one, because you'd have to like pay again and to resub, unless Twitch is nice enough to merge the two accounts together. I wonder if they could do that. If you ask them. The rendering system does this, right? We do this in access check. I should just look there. Where was that movement? No, this is the test, right? Yeah. I've gone too far. It would be in the movement system. Well, how come I'm not finding it? Oh, because it won't be there. It'll be here, won't it? Access check. Here we go. Aha. So we do subtract 1. So I need to have this kind of... This is actually exactly what I want, right? I want that here. In fact, I want just all of... do I need the... Yeah, I need all of this. This is exactly what I need. So get the tile ID and the tile set. Get the component again. The tile set entity, we get the tile set component. And then if it's invalid or has no tiles, then I guess we're just doing a continue. Otherwise, get its tiles. If the tile ID is out of range or there's no visibility, then again, continue. Otherwise, visibility is the access to that, and then const auto. If it's not equal to 0, don't propagate and break. Okay. See if that fixes that. Down here. Oh, wait a minute. This is the wrong... We're in the movement system. It's the wrong one. Rendering system. Rendering tests. Yeah. Still doesn't work. Still showing me the ground behind the wall, so let's debug again. And my breakpoints aren't valid anymore. I didn't set them. Okay, fine. Will not let that stop me. Go back into the rendering system. Find out where that was again. It was like up, right? Here it is. Breakpoint. Debug. Okay, I'm going to go until it's -1, 0, right? Or 0, -1, this one. It's got to get down to look up the tile set this time. So tile is 2, tile set is 1. We get the tile all the way out, the visibility is 0. Oh, it's axe, duh. Copy paste mistake. You know, for performance reasons, I ought to just cache the tile set visibility. Maybe I'll do that when I refactor this. Because it's doing a lot of entity lookups. Okay, that's actually different. What's different here? This includes a TS field, and this didn't. Why did it not? This should include a tile set. Why isn't it? I don't get it. Why isn't it including it? I think that's the only thing different, is that this tile set number is missing from the sprite. I missed something. It's way down here, right? To add the encoded sprite information, make encoded sprite. If the tile has a tile set, to include it. I guess we can put a breakpoint here. Try it again. Don't need that anymore. Go. Well, it is including it. Oh, did I get the expectation and the actual reversed? Yeah, okay. So it's just the missing from the expectation. Yeah, I forgot it here. Yep, that's what it is. Realm server key sprite tile set is tile set. There we go. Just noticed you marked an issue you made in GitHub a bug about switching to from the dialog box when you meant it as a suggestion. Well, but the suggestion made me think that's what I wanted from the beginning, so it becomes a bug because it was supposed to already be implemented the way you suggested. Yeah. Is there a way to change the label or edit something to better communicate? I think you can just put a comment into GitHub saying, didn't think this was a bug, and then I could write back that your suggestion is actually what I wanted from the beginning, so I consider it a bug, I guess. I don't know. Big sigh, Toulouse? What happened? Or is that a GG? I just got it to work. Snapshot. Stop and restart. Oh, I had a big sigh. I have big sighs all the time. Sometimes you just have to let that tension go, you know? Oh, you just recently got back into watching streams, Raz? So you were gone for years, I guess? Welcome back then. Oh, look. That's blocked, but that isn't. That should be blocked, so I have some other logic bug going on. Yeah, this shouldn't be visible. So somehow our visibility is leaking through that wall when it shouldn't. So, and I have to reload to reevaluate it. Yeah, it's something, I think along the diagonal it's leaking. I'm gonna guess it's this corner is visible. Yeah. So how would I figure out exactly what's going wrong here? Watch my inventory as I refresh there. Is it like bugging out a little bit? There's a little bit of a bounce. Is that what you meant? There's a little bit of bounce while it redraws stuff. You'll clip it. So while it's loading and it hasn't yet loaded the graphics, sometimes it looks really weird. Yeah, leaky diagonals. Yeah, feels bad, man. You know, it might make it easier to test if we reevaluated the light every time we move instead of me having to refresh the connection every time. Getting there. There's just something weird going on with the diagonals, I think. The other thing is I don't want it to affect the admin camera like it is. So I can fix it by doing that. I can put the player here and see what they see. Well, let me think about this. Inventory bug. Hey there, Isley. Let's look at the inventory bug clip. I'm looking at myself. Let's see what happened here. Oh yeah, you saw that it for a moment there it uses the default tile set, which is a bunch of avatars. When I get rid of that default tile set, it'll just show blank at first. Yeah, that's a loading sequencing issue. It's one of those little bugs that I haven't gotten to yet because I still have a list of big bugs. Yeah. You'll have to pardon the little bugs like that, the little glitches that I'll get to eventually fixing. I think it would really help to have this update as we're moving. So what would I need to do to accomplish that? Does this already record the tiles we could see? I don't know if I did that or not. Loading tile sets while changing leadership. When it changes leadership, yeah, it reloads the tile sets. So if the cluster's leadership changes, you'll see some glitches right now. Also, it could totally get out of sync right now. Yeah, it's server side, definitely. Okay, so this is initial sprites. So what I could use is refactor this out to return this map like on demand, and then we can just reconstruct it every time we move. And that will be a good next step, I guess. Excuse me. So I'll take this stuff out. And make another function. Paste, and let me grab the type. What are we going to call this? Illumine? Illumine. Return illuminated quadrants. All right. We're going to need a bunch of these things. In fact, we probably need all of these. Any of these we don't need. I don't technically need camera, do I? Because we already know the center X. I don't need camera. The admin camera, yes. I think for the admin camera, everything is illumined, so we can skip all of this, right? Well, what if I just pass it? Whoa. Pass it as another argument here. This might not be the best way. Or, actually, I guess I can just skip this whole thing if it's the admin camera. Yeah, okay. Going back out. If it's the admin camera, we'll have the traditional loop, I think. Yeah. Right, if admin camera, the traditional loop I had before. Could have just called it lumen quads? Yeah, I don't mind longer names. Making sure you weren't hiding things on the client side, we're hiding it on the server side, yeah. Although, if this causes a lot of load on the server side, I might consider doing this logic on the client side, which would make it where people could cheat because they could see things around walls. Yeah, just got another text. All right. Yeah, so I don't know how much I trust the players of the game to not cheat. I basically have to assume that if the client is given the information, players can get it somehow, right? What I really want is what this code was before. How hard is it going to be to get that? Actually, I guess if I do this, I can grab it from here. These lines. Paste. Yes. So that's view X, view Y is 15, and then return it early. As you can illuminate everything is visible to the admin. We don't need to do this propagation. How are you cheating? If the server were to tell you all all the sprites and then the client selectively hid them by doing this code on the client side, you know? I think you knew that. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Illumine. So this becomes const auto illuminated quadrants. It's illumine. Components, position, index, center X, center Y, admin camera. Like that, right? Why I did that is now I can reuse that. So I can't just do a sprite shift. I have to remember which sprites we gave to the camera. So I'm thinking what I need to do is actually take that map and save it in the camera. And then do a diff. So I actually don't need the entire map. I could just use a set, right? A set of positions. Yeah. Well, let's copy that. Let's go to the camera. Camera properties. Oh, we actually already have it. Sprites by position, already have it. Okay, then I don't need it. I don't need another copy of it. Cool. So if the key exists here, then they know about it. All right, that makes it easier. So let's do the shift stuff. Make sprite shift feedback. So if I just update shift feedback, then it'll still be broken if NPCs move in and out of the shadows. But I don't have any NPCs yet. I just wanted, I'm doing this incrementally. Yeah, so it's in here, right? The encoded sprites. Yeah, so what is this doing exactly? Okay, here's the traditional loop. What is this here? What is this doing? You send sprite shift data to the client. Even the client has logic to not show it. It is being sent. Yeah, actually, I have to update the front end too because this does a shift and a new sprites, but it doesn't have a remove old sprites. So we have to say what ones to add, and also we need to say which ones to remove, which I haven't done yet. But that's not too hard. I just need to remember what is this doing. Bad code. Need to refactor this because I don't know what it is. Oh, this is erasing from sprite positions by entity if it's out of range. Otherwise, it's moving, it's changing the coordinates. So that's fine. We don't have to touch that. Yeah, so I just need to modify this, don't I? We need to get the new illuminated quadrants. I still have center X and Y, right? Yes. What's this delta XY? That's how much it moved, but this is the new position, right? Yeah, because I use it there. Okay. Get the new illuminated quadrants, and then for the ones that need to be added, they are the ones that are not in the previous set. So rather than doing this, just taking the, how does this work? Absolute value of where the camera is plus how much we moved. If it's outside of range, I mean, that's picking the ones on the boundaries, right? So if we were at the center now and we moved 1 to the right, delta x would be 1, right? I don't know. I'll have to look and see. What does delta x mean? Okay, it's the new position minus the old position. So if we move to the right, it would be positive 1. Oh, if it's at the right edge, +1 would be out of range. So that makes sense. So yeah, this logic changes now. Basically, if we need to go through these, and any that are in here but weren't in there before need to be added, right? And we need to take into account the shift when we're looking up the old also. Okay, so that's what, and then we enumerate this, and then we also have to enumerate the old. If there's something in the old set that's not in the new set, then we have to do a remove. Right? Okay, so for const auto. What did I name it before? Pause in illuminated quadrants. So we need to look up in the camera. It's old. Actually, it's already been updated, right? That's sprite positions by entity. Does it update sprite entities by position? It should. I don't see. Oh, it clears it. Where is it filled? Oh, it's filled right here. So it'll be already offset. Okay, so we can just say if camera sprites by position find position is equal to camera sprites by position end. So if they didn't see it before, then we add it. Why is this telling me that there's an error? Hold on, what's the error? No instance of overloaded function takes a position. Oh, because that's an iterator. So that's that dot first. The key. The key! So something we can see now. We couldn't see before, we're adding it. What's view x and view y gonna be? Oh. So that would be position first x and y. Right. Okay. So now I need to do the reciprocal of that sort of. So we need to have a old sprites. Old sprites. Let's change this name. That and that, please. New sprites. And then let's make an old. Actually, I don't need it until way down here. Okay, that's new. Here's the old. You're not old, but you're a skizzers, not a sprite. Should be a toggler thing. Yeah, I know. I'm not I haven't trained myself to use toggler yet. Okay, so it's the reverse. We have to say for const auto position in camera dot sprites by position. If illuminated quadrants find position dot first is not equal to well, it's equal to illuminated quadrants end. That means that, did I get this actually backwards? This we can see it now and we couldn't see it before. This is we could see it before and we can't see it. Oh yeah, so I did get it correct. So it's easier, right? I just need to say delete the sprites. What does this do? Okay, here it is. There's an add sprite entity. Okay, so we're going to loop through all the sprites at that position and then call remove on them, right? Yeah. So for const auto sprite in pause second, each one of these is an int because it's an entity list. So it's a list, so each one of these is an entity. So I would say camera.remove sprite. Well, so that's entity. Whoops. Entity. Gerg. Entity. Where do we actually call that anywhere? Aha. Why do we call, if it's, can't see it anymore. So how does that look? Okay. So we can basically copy. Actually, it's just the entity, right? That's all it needs. So we'll just make old sprites be, yeah, it's an array. But it doesn't need to be an array of JSON objects. It just be an array of integers, right? So just say old sprites add entity. Cool. There we go. Whose fault is that? It's my fault. You're gonna steal Adam's idea and start your own PWS learns GraphQL? Like, is that a YouTube series or is that gonna be on Twitch? Or is it gonna be not a stream at all? Think about that bot you mentioned yesterday. Oh, the one that would track who I've said hello to? Yeah. That's playing with scissors when he's running away from you. He's SWP, right? He's running towards you with the scissors. It's PWS, and you got to watch out. Should I be brave and do this without a unit test? It should work, except for I need to update the front end for the remove sprites. Let's do it and like see if what we get. So snapshot, stop, and start. Actually, while that's going, we can work on the front end. Stage.js, middleware, sprite shift, right? Sprite shift. Yes, so there is a new sprites for each. So we'll have an old sprites. Hold on. That we need to extract out of the message, I think. Yep, we do. So there and there. Okay, so old sprites for each sprite. Reflect sprite removed. And you just need to see what the arguments for that are. Just the ID, okay. Action, get state, and stage. Its ID is sprite. Get state, stage. I think I got that right. How does this work? Right, so it's got a bunch of junk in it, whereas remove just needed to have the ID, which is that sprite. Okay, I messed this up somehow. Oh, extra parentheses. There we go. Okay. Backend ready? No, not ready to go. Need to do that script. Let's do the script finally. So, let me copy another script like, I don't know. Uh-oh. Dog barking. Sure. Copy this one. Sync. We'll call it sync. Don't need the build, just need to know the stage. Okay, we're not creating the stage. We're not doing that. Okay, we're basically I should include here the all right. So delete stage 10 game journal 11 and 12, right? And then copy. We'll just always pick 10. Snapshot to 11. And then there's an argument to copy to make it always do it, right? What is that? Is it like /n or /q or something? Help copy. Yes. Okay, so it's /y. And then wsync, right? Let me take away these @ signs just so I can see what it's doing. I think that's right, so there we go. I have a script now. Hey there, Romania hate. Going okay, working on lighting today. Don't think you'll have access to line length. You need to learn GraphQL first. Hold on, I missed some chat. Wow, I missed a bunch of chat. Super weird person. Super wealthy parrot. There's thing functionality you want for your bot where it determines if a person can post a link by checking how many messages the user sent to the channel. That'd have to have like, it'd have to count somehow. Is that something that the Twitch API can tell you if you're a mod? Because I know that you can, through their UI, you can click and get the number of messages somehow. Doggo, be quiet. Using GraphQL. Oh, okay. So they have like a GraphQL API of some kind. I don't know hardly. I know hardly anything about GraphQL. Okay. As I move now, the game crashed. The game crashed when I moved, I think. Yeah. Is that the leader server who died? Yeah, the leader server died. Well, shoot. I didn't even get a message about it dying. Did a bit of GraphQL at work, you're disappointed? Huh. Black magic? Well, Twitch APIs are more than just the IRC client. They also have web APIs, and I guess GraphQL is a special kind of web API. Hey there, Moontori. All right, so this is crashing the server when I move, right? Yep. So I guess I'll debug it. If it's always the same one that's crashing, yeah, it's always the leader who's crashing. Does that make sense? Yeah, so we'll run it again and start the debugger to debug the leader server. After, I have to shut down the orchestrator when I do this, though. Let's find out who the leader's going to be. Leaders 10. Okay, so we're going to stop the coordinator and debug process 10. So this isn't connecting at all. Cool. I'm glad that the admin camera thing is working. I don't want to do the sprite shift thing because it's probably going to crash. I want to shut down the orchestrator. Then we're going to start debugging. It was 10, right? 10. Debug, remove all, okay, all breakpoints are removed. Realm server 10. Okay, it's attached, I guess. Don't need to see this anymore. So hopefully, when I move now, it should hit the debugger somehow. Yep, there it is. What am I doing wrong? That's interesting. Oh, am I iterating something that I'm changing? Yeah, I can't do that, can I? I have to get the entities first and then remove them all. In fact, this is going to be changed as we're doing that. So, okay. I know, yeah. It's dangerous to remove things from collections that you're iterating. That's what we're doing wrong. Okay, so how to do this? Do I have to make a copy of it then? I think I do. As bad as that sounds. Well, either that or I can make a list of removes to do. That might be better. Yeah, because I'm just copying these two. So let's make a what's the best data structure? Just a vector of ints, entities, well, old entities to remove. Okay, we'll move this code down to here and we'll say entities to remove, push back, entity. And then down here for const, well, it's just going to be const auto entity and entities to remove them. There we go. So collect the list and then go through and remove them. Actually, you know what? I could also just do that. I could put them into the JSON here. And then I don't need a redundant vector. Essentially, this is a vector inside of a JSON. Yeah, let's just do that. So we will do this part. It's just I don't have an iteration protocol for my JSON array type, so I have to do it the more traditional way. For size ti, 0I is less than old sprites get size plus I. And then const auto entity is old sprites I as an integer. Remove it. Okay. Restart. You can't just use IRC without a warm-up time. There's no REST endpoint for that. It's the only way is to learn GraphQL. It would wrongfully ban regulars who haven't been active lately. Right. Well, unless your bot was drinking from the fire hose, then it would just get everything that happens. Right? You could just program the bot and give it to Antimatter Tape, who has access to the fire hose. Or was it Kenkomatic? Someone had fire hose access, right? Or do we not talk about the fire hose? Is it the legendary fire hose? Okay, I need to run my newly minted script here to resynchronize the server until I fix that dang set of raft bugs that I have, where it can't resynchronize on its own. Okay, caught up. Now when let's actually watch the network when this happens, just in case anything funny happens. And let me resize this so you guys can see it. So here are the sprites. So it gave us quite a few of them. Well, 77 to be exact. 77 sprites. And I move to the right. What does it do? Wow, that took a long time. It took almost a second. I wonder if it's because it's a debug build. Anyway, we have some new sprites and some old sprites. It actually looks like it worked. It's just really, really slow. So you can see the holes in the walls that I think it's the diagonals. Wow, it's really slow. I think I'm definitely going to want to run that in the performance analyzer and see what I should be doing to make it faster. Okay, so the ones that are immediately adjacent do block light in all 4 cardinal directions, right? But there's something wrong with the diagonal. The diagonal should be blocking. If I stand right here. Yeah, there's something wrong with the diagonal. Hey there, Biana2. Doing 3 nested loops with lots of logic. Yeah, but ultimately it should only be iterating, what's that, 4 times 70? What's the size here? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 by 9, 81. 81 times 4. It should only end up hitting the inner loop 324 times. I think it's just that I'm doing something in that inner loop that's very costly. Probably the tile set lookup stuff. I was thinking earlier, if I cache the tile set lookup stuff, then that could be the most dramatic. But the way I would verify this is to just collect the performance data and look at it, right? So I'll have to do that later. Mostly I just want to get it functionally correct now. So that what I'm working on today is this lighting, have it correctly cast shadows like that. So it's doing it for up, down, left, right, but the diagonals aren't working. And the best way to see that is that we can see through these mountains diagonally, right? That kind of worked, but it's like that these show up at all. Actually, we shouldn't even see that one. That's the problem. Does that mean that it's up and right direction? Kind of looks that way, doesn't it? Because if we stand here and we stand here, actually, no, that's about the same. Okay, so there's something wrong with the diagonals, I think. In this illuminate function, if x is less than or equal to 0 and y is also less than or equal to 0, propagate up and left. Looking at my little diagram. So yeah, it's these up and left diagonals, right? Is it that these are all negative numbers up here and it's getting screwed up? So maybe I should step through this and see what happens for -1, -1. Actually, I guess I could just do a unit test for this, right? Because just like I can illustrate here, if I stand below and left, it should cast a shadow here. So I can make a test where I have a tile here and I shouldn't see it. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do now. So back to the unit tests we go. I don't need this window anymore. This is solid wall blocks visibility up, and then we'll just make one for up, left. Up, left. So I think all I really need to do is change the coordinates, right? I need to make this -1, -1, and then make this one -2, -2. And then we should only see the wall, which is at -1, -1. Right? It's probably going to say, no, you can see the dirt behind it, which would be a bug. Yep. Yep, we can see the one at -2, -2. Shouldn't be able to, but we do. Okay, so cool. Let's with that unit test there, we can debug this. I'm going to guess it's this up-left propagation, but I'm not sure. Debug away. Now 0, 0 is fine. It's when it gets to from -1, -1 to -2, -2. It should not propagate because this is solid. So let me go until that's -1, -1. Okay, there we go. So into that we go. The next position should be -1, -1. Yep, because this is 2 by 2. The quadrant mask should be 8, right? It's 1. That's wrong, isn't it? 1, 2. No, that's correct. Up here it's 1, 2, 4, 8, right? What's the old quadrant mask, though? That should be 8. Yeah, okay, so it's going from 8 to 1. I should have drawn that in my diagram here. 1, 2, 4, 8. Okay. So far so good. Position should be the same. So we go in. It should say, hey, this is solid, right? It should get all the way down into here. Visibility is not 0. Right, so propagates false. So it should not add 1 to the quadrant mask. So what is in there now? 8, yeah. So there's no 1 bit set in there, so it should not propagate from -2, -2. Let's see if it does, actually. 0, -1. It's going from here. Oh, is that how it's getting through that? It's going from here to here, and then from there to there? Oh, I see the problem. Well, let me think about this. It'll illuminate all 3 sides of here, which is actually okay, right? Oh, yeah. It'll go to here, which will go to the one up here, which is the dirt tile. So it's seeing it on the wrong corner. Shoot. So it means that, where's my example here? This won't cast a shadow because basically this upper right quadrant here propagates up to here, which goes to, well, not the upper right, but the lower right quadrant of this tile goes up to the upper left, which then goes up to the lower right back here, which then goes to the right and illuminates that. Okay, but in this case where it's totally closed off, we still shouldn't be able to see that. Should be no way for that to show up, right? Yeah, so maybe I just need to make my example have 3 walls. Yeah, let's do 3 walls. Right, so let's do wall 1, wall 2, and wall 3. This is 3. This is 2. So wall 2, let's make it 0 by -1. Wall 3 will be a -1 by 0. So yeah, we'll see all 3 of those walls, of course. And what order will they be in? I don't know yet. I'll just guess that it will be -1, -1 first, then because we're going around clockwise, right? No, we're going scan order, so it'll see this one next, and then this one last. Hold on, I got that backwards. This one next, this one last, and that's wall 3, 2, and 1, right? I think I got it right. We'll know soon enough. 2.5 hours, all right. I had a feeling this would be tough today. Okay, yeah, so the dirt is visible. Did I get the order of the other things correct? So 2 next, then 3, then 4. Yes, looks right. Okay, so I don't see any way how that dirt should be accessible, so let's debug it. 0, 0. -1, -1. 0, -1. -1, 0. Wait a minute, 0, 0 again? How do we get there twice? Oh, wait. This shouldn't... Oh. These loops are hitting the same thing twice. That's redundant. That shouldn't be... Okay, redundant illumination's fine. That shouldn't break anything, right? I'll fix that later. So it's just going to hit those points again. -1, -2. Which one is that? Going from here. Wait, that shouldn't have been hit. That should not have propagated. Okay, and that's where it is. So we can arrive here only from here, right? Or from here. So either 0, -1 or -1, -1 went up when it shouldn't have. Or up and left. Up or up and left is a problem. Let's restart. That one's fine, so just go. Oh, it's hitting that twice. Oh yeah, right, of course it is. 1, 0, I don't care. -1, -1. That's this one. Actually, I should just put a breakpoint there. So that's false. And then up is false, yes. Oh, but that one's true. Wait a minute, where? Hold on. Left. Okay, we're going left from 0, -1. We shouldn't. This should not go left. Why is it going left? Oh, this is wrong. It should only be if it's less than 0, not less than or equal to. And this one, okay, so I have these numbers wrong. That's the problem. Okay, so left is only if we're within these two diagonals, right? So it's only if, let me think about this. Only if y, the absolute value of y is less than or equal to the absolute value of x, I think. if abs y is less than or equal to abs of x. Then we go left. Right? Because we don't, if y is -1, we don't want it to go left. Okay, and so so symmetry, it'll be the right is the same thing. So only if, again, it's the same thing. Only if the absolute value of y is less than the absolute value of x. And actually, I know it's less than or equal to 0, so I can cheat and just do a negative here, right? And here I know it is positive, so I don't need to do the absolute value at all. Okay, now I probably have the same bugs for up and down. Up is only, yeah, it's the same problem. Where's up? Right, so it's two things have to be true. That has to be less than or equal to 0, and absolute value of x has to be less than -y. And then down has to be if absolute value of, actually they're both, well, this is absolute value of x is less than y. Complicated algorithm, eh? You mean what is up, not where. Probably. Okay, I can't do that. That's gonna be a logical problem. I need to do it this way. Actually, we can do it a different way. We can do it this way. If I say absolute value of y, then there's up and there's down, right? So this means if we're in the cone, the two cones, right? Then we're either going up or down. Correct. We're outside the cone in these two areas, where that's not true. All right, so what about up left? I think I had that one okay. Up and left is this entire quadrant, where both x is less than or equal to 0 and y is less than or equal to 0. I think those are okay. And we're always going either up and left or up and right. Yeah, so I think those are okay. Let's test it out. I had some friends who were really good at algorithms. I could have them review this code and like tell me what's a better way to do it. Okay, that didn't work. What did it do differently than I thought? Oh, it's just iterating them in a different order. No, wait a minute. No, it's wrong still. It still sees the ground at -2, -2 for some reason. So, shoot. You can always use your own Discord channel for... What's CR stand for? Constructive review? Code review. Code review. Right, got it. I don't think people like to do code reviews, though. At my last job, like, that's the task that no one wanted to do. You set up a code review meeting. If you made it optional, no one would go. If you made it required, 10% of people would go. You bug the other 90% and they'd be like, oh, well, I'm sorry, I had something came up. Let's actually just keep that breakpoint. That's actually all I really care about, right? So, oh, I kind of want to know the original position. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. 2, 0, I don't care about. I don't care about any of those coordinates. Okay, this one I do care about. So that's false. False. I don't care about x's 2. False. True, that's a problem, right? No, that's still not a problem. Negative 2, 1 is this square. That's fine. You hate when you don't have code reviewers? Yeah, I don't. It's if your code and you don't get code reviewers, it sucks. But if you're asked to review someone else's code, I think most people hate doing that too. You make your team do code reviews, you hate doing it, but it's very useful. Make everyone do it. Yeah. Every pull request needs 2 thumbs up before code merges. They actually had that rule for some parts of the company I was at last time. You could not get something merged in unless you had a code review with plus ones. They used Garrett. A horrible system, but the Garrett tool is okay. Just the way that they used it was bad. Okay, so this was okay. That one's okay. That's fine. -3, -1 is okay. Okay, this one's a problem. -3, -2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Actually, no, that one's fine. False. That one's fine. I'm looking. It's when they're both negative. Really, that's a problem. If it ever is true. I should have limited it to the radius to like just 3 or 4. I'm not seeing it propagate in that direction. It's going down and to the right a lot. Or it's going up around the dirt area. What is this? Yeah, position. So it's when the position is -1, -1. I can actually, can I put can I qualify my breakpoint to say that? I could do that in Visual Studio. Oh, I can. But can I do it like this? Position.x is -1 and position y is -1. Well, let me do that. Go. There we go. -3, -1. 1, 2, 3, 1. Wait, but that's the wrong position. It's not calculating the position correctly then. Oh, it's next position. Shoot, I got it wrong. Edit that. Next position. Not bext, next. Go. There we go. It's false though. Oh, there's the bug. It's going from -1, 0. -2, -1. 1, 2, 1. Oh, wait a minute, I had this wrong again. Hey there, Spheres. I'm doing some ugly brute force way of developing an algorithm. How are you doing? I have this like Raimu art here. I'm trying to get shadow casting in my game, basically. Having solid objects block visibility or light propagation according to like this kind of propagation scheme. And it's getting kind of messy. This should actually be 2. It's 2 by 2 that I care about, right? Let me just reset this. Okay, there we go. That's a problem. How did it get there? It started where? -3, -2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, from here, it's somehow propagating up and to the right? No. Wait a minute. This is the wrong coordinates, aren't they? Am I off by 1 in my negative numbers? Maybe. You shouldn't have eaten? Did you eat something bad? Sorry to hear that. Or you're on a diet or something and you ate something that's off your diet and now you're guilty. Oh. Ooh. That sucks. Well, what's the right prioritization for spending? I guess it would be food and then shelter and then internet? Or is it food and then internet and then shelter? Tough. Water is more important than food? Yeah, I guess so. Because you can live longer without food than you can without water. -3 by -2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So this is... that position should be -1, 0. I mean, -1, -2, yes. So why is it going to 2, 2? Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Okay, my test isn't set up right, is it? Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. How did it get there? It shouldn't have been able to get there. There should be no way to get to there, though I have this set up. So I guess I need to trace it down to how did we get to -3, -2? Restart? Yeah, how did we get to here? From where? -2, -1. That's solid though. It shouldn't pass through there. Okay, I think I found where it's propagating when it shouldn't. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Don't live in a swamp. This looks like a swamp, doesn't it? Dev girl, how are you doing? Okay, let's find. So I think I trapped it down to where it is going from -2, -1, which on my little funny diagram is this square. It's going up to this one, but this whole thing is solid, so it shouldn't allow that. I think I might know why it is. I have a guess. I think it is looking at the next position and not the position when it's looking at the tile. Yep, that's what it is. It can't look at the destination, it has to look at the source. Yep, okay. So really, what do I want here? I want position X, not X. And position Y, not Y. Right? That's the new position, that's the old position. Actually, no, it's not. Is it that I just didn't... I added center X when I shouldn't have? No, I should add center X. So wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I have 2 X's and 2 Y's? Is that the problem? Dude, I'm just totally messed up. What do I use X and Y for? I'm just stupid, you know? Let's make it totally clear what we're doing by having this be a unique name. Sound good? So this would be a world X and a world Y. Then we put the word world, that's world X and world Y. And then do I use X and Y anywhere else? Did I do something weird? No, it just took some time. Hey there, Chris. How are you doing? Mr. CM Griffin wrote the chat overlay you see up there called Stream Parrot. You should check out his stream. Mr. Sir. Also, you should check out Spherus' stream. If you're into Unity game dev, Spherus streams most every day working on her game. Oh, really? Don't drink urine? I would imagine that it's in an extreme emergency only, right? Okay, see you playing with Skizzers. Hopefully your appetite is whetted now that we've talked about surviving off of urine. Yeah, Spherus, you need help, huh? Watch Spherus' stream. There, that I'm trying to do my part. Now, did I use X and Y anywhere else here? No. So let me build that and okay, where I really want to break this is where next X is. Yeah, let's break this again on next position.x is 2. Next position.y is 2. And find out what the heck's going on. Why didn't it build? Wait a minute. It couldn't write to the resource file? That happens like once a month, at least. It still can't write to it. Why not? Because we're debugging. That's why. Happens once a month, because once a month I forget that I'm debugging when I hit rebuild. Debug again. Okay, so here is the problem. The original X and Y are what? So it's going up and left from -3, -2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. But how did it get there? So that's the next step, is see how did we get to -3, -2? Oh, we got to it by this path. Hold on. No, this is solid. This should be solid, right? I put a wall at -2, -1, didn't I? Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I don't have my walls correct. -1, -1, oh. I didn't put my walls in the right places. 0, -1 is straight up. This one is straight to the, well, that should still work. So the geometry actually in my test is there are walls. These are all walls. All these are walls, and I put dirt up here. It should not be reachable because we might go down, and but it'll go left but not up from there, and here it'll go right but not back to the left. Okay. Yeah, doing some kind of, I'm doing Raimu ray tracing. Raimu ray, there we go. Adam would love that. Raimu ray tracing. it's where light just kind of bounces in random directions and you see things behind walls. Yeah, I misplaced my walls, but more importantly, the walls were okay. They should still block that. So it's just that my breakpoint isn't right. Let me go back to not having an expression and start over again here. Build. We're good. Debug. I want to watch the X and Y, so that's okay. That's okay. really, like, okay, I can have an expression here because I can limit what I care about. I care about when x is less than or equal to 0 and y is less than or equal to 0. -2 and -1, but it's false. So, be even more picky. And propagate. Go. Okay, there we go. -2, -1. 2. Yeah, it should never get there. There's a solid wall in the way. From all directions we could reach it from. So what's going on? You saw a video in this kind of effect? Yeah, this is the Ultima games had this where your vision is obscured in diagonals and cardinal directions, right? And when they combine, you get weird kind of shadows. And like this is you can see vertically here and diagonally here, so there's just one spot you can't see right behind the wall. Okay. How do we get here? It's an up left from -1, 0 here, but that should be solid. I put a wall there, so how did it, oh, they're not equal to each other. Oh. This if is wrong. Yeah, we don't propagate light. Yeah, it's always from the source to the destination, right? Yeah. So this if is totally wrong. I don't want this at all. This if needs to go. There we go. Okay, see you, Spherus, and good luck. If you're still streaming in an hour, I might raid you. Depends on what's going on. Okay, what am I doing? I'm running my unit test, right? Still fails. Is the failure the same thing, though? Oh, no, it's actually not even seeing one of the walls now. It's not seeing ID 3. One of the walls is missing. The one at 0, -1. The wall straight up is not seen. Weird. Okay. It's seeing the wall to the left. It's seeing the wall up and left, but it's not seeing the wall straight up from where we are. So what, the straight up propagation is not working? Oh, could that, well, Actually, I don't know. Let's see. Let me remove, let's drop this one to that. Well, actually, we can still use that. So let's use that debugging thing and hit go. Oh, wait a minute. No, I want it to be false this time. Not propagate. Debug. Yeah, keep tweaking the tests. I don't want to tweak the test. Once the test is correct, I want to find out why it doesn't pass the test. Okay, so it will not propagate to -2, -1. Well, that makes sense, yeah. I should just hit go until I see the Actually, I could just look at the position, can't I? Yeah. So once again, tweaking the breakpoint thing. It's next position x is 0 and next position dot y is -1. Let's see why. It just never evaluates that. It never gets there at all? Weird. So nothing led to -0, -1. I feel like I should just do that now. And just look at all of the... Basically look at all the shadows. So there's a shadow at, oh, that's actually what I want, isn't it? No, that's the corner again, going up the corner. This is, oh, wait a second. Oh yeah, it won't go up from, yeah, okay, it's casting the wrong direction. But actually that gives me a clue about what might be going on. It's when x is 0, right? Wait a minute, x is never 0? I'm looking at next position. Wait a minute. Yeah, it never evaluated x as being anything other than -1. I'm going to remove the expression. Wait a minute, never evaluated x as 1? Okay, there we go. But it's going down and not up. Okay, I need to, I think there's a bug in calculating the tile position from the quadrant position. 1, 2, 0, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, -2, -1, -2, -2. Wait a minute, it never hit negative. Okay, there we go. Right, so, okay, propagate is true. So it should have illuminated -1, 0. Oh, wait, that's to the left. I want the opposite. X is 0. Y is -1. It's never getting to it. It's only looking down, not up. Okay, so I have some bug in going up, looking up? Yeah, am I never hitting that point? The hell? Oh, there we go. Why is the... Oh, hold on. Did it end early? Is that what happened? Yeah, go up from there. Why is it leaving early? That's wrong. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's right. Because we're doing the up left. It was up I actually cared about, not up left. Up. Up. Ooh, it's never trying up. Why would it not try up? Oh, is this wrong? Absolute value of x is less than absolute value of y. What about when it's at 0, 0? So yeah, actually that's the problem, isn't it? It should be less than or equal to 0. I mean, it's the cone boundaries I have wrong. It's less than or equal to. That's what it is. One character off. Yep, that's what it is. It never went up from there. I hate bugs that are just one character, you know? Yep, that's what it was. And this still works, right? That's particle. Where's my other test? That's up, and then up and left. Yeah, okay. One character is wrong. But I do know a little bit more about why it's so slow. It is it's evaluating it's reevaluating the positions multiple times. And it's because of this plus plus. It should not be a plus plus. It should be a y plus equals r plus 1 or something. Y plus equals r plus 1, I think. So basically, if r is 0, then we add 1. If r is 1, then we're adding... oh, wait a minute. That's not correct. I actually want to walk... I need to walk a boundary around each time. How would I walk a boundary around? It's kind of like flood fill, yeah. In fact, maybe that's what I should be doing. I should just populate the first 4 positions and then use the last positions to compute the next ones. Yeah. Thank you for that idea, said who. You've given me an idea. I'll give you a point. So yeah, I need to remember the XY combinations that we hit before. I need to preset it here, so standard set position, well, this has to be this class. Position, do I have set? I do have set. Yeah, a point. So we're going to call this, what? I actually want to do 2 things here. So would it be easier to just return a Boolean and have that line be copied in a couple places? No. We should just pass this in. So like, there should be 2 sets, right? Last, well, edge. There's edge and, or last edge, next edge? Yeah, last edge, next edge. All right, so last edge we need to pre-populate. Last edge 0, 0. Well, last edge dot insert, right? Uh, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. And then basically we got a loop, and as we loop until it stops propagating. So we say do last edge equals next edge. I guess we should have used next edge here. A bunch of stuff until, or while, next edge empty is false. It's one of those times where you hardly ever use a do while, but here I'm actually using it. So I don't need the R anymore, do I? I just need to get the X and the Y from the edge. So we'll have a loop in here for a const auto position in last edge. So this has got to do next edge dot clear, right? And const auto X is position X, const auto Y is position Y. That way I can just copy and paste this. I can cut and paste this code in place. Down to there, right? And then cut and paste and unindent a level there. And this has to pass the next edge to it as well. Because if it gets propagated, it has to add it to the next edge. One more parameter in 8 places. Yay. Okay, so the edge is a set of positions that this guy needs up here. Next, or just edge. Call it edge. And if we get down to here, we say edge, insert, next position. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not next position. It's the quadrant, so it's just X, Y. Yes. Okay. And hopefully I don't get into an infinite loop, because that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Oh, I have to stop if it is out of range too, don't I? Actually, here's where I can compute the range, right? So we get the Cartesian, what is it called? Someone said it earlier, the distance. What's with the void cast in there? I do that a lot when I don't want the return value. Yeah, infinite loops are a big pain. We want to avoid those. Yeah, because insert will return a result. I forget what it is, like an indication of whether or not it was already in the set. And it's like, if you turn on lint and turn up the lint settings way up, lint will actually tell you a warning saying you did not use the return value of insert. So one way to quiet lint is to cast the return value to void. Basically, you're telling the reader or lint, or the compiler too, that you do not need to use the return value. If the compiler was really smart, then it could optimize away the return value. Will it be expensive to create final art for the game? Expensive either in money or in time, probably. Unless I go with open source art, right? If I can pick tile sets that are out there that are Creative Commons or something. I don't know. What am I doing wrong here? It's int. Oh, because I haven't finished this, right? I was in the middle of writing that. If the square root of x times x plus y times y is greater than 5. Actually, this was, what did I have originally? It was like 8? Yeah, 8. Then continue. So that'll actually give us a nice circle instead of a square. All right, the unit tests first. Run. It did an infinite loop. That's a good sign. And this one. Cool. Actually, let me run all these tests. Show in the test explorer. Run them all. That's a good sign. Everything ran successfully. So let's stop the test server. Where are you, test server? Not that window. One of these many windows I have up. Okay, it's this one. Snapshot. And then stop and start again. Okay. I really want this to work. And I want it to be low enough performance that I can actually put it into production. If it's not, then I'm going to have to do a lot of more head scratching. Head scratching. Okay. What do we see? Oh, that's weird. Why is that obscured? I think I have something wrong in my signs. Look at that. So I'm going to move to an area where nothing's obscured. There's the circle effect, right? Yeah, so this half cone and this half cone are messed up. But everything else actually looks correct. So up, right, and down, left are screwed up. Looks like. Did I not put an area which is free of stuff? I didn't. So let me extend the area here. There we go. Well, we'll make a nice area where there's nothing blocking. Nothing blocking our vision here. Nice and empty. Actually, let's start it out empty, but let's add some decoration to it. Whoop, I think I exceeded the rate limit there and I got disconnected. Let's put in a pattern here. Actually, let's pick something that even the colorblind can see. You can try to guess what I'm drawing here. It's an S, and then it is a W. Now you can either think of that as software, or maybe it said who. Who knows? Who knows? I just want a pattern there. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Oh, that's interesting. It was added even when it was out of our range. Yeah, so it's working except for these two half cones, I think. So what did I screw up in the half cones? That's up and right, right? Upright. Upright is if that is, well, it's just if y is less than or equal to 0. If x is greater than 0 and y is less than or equal to 0. My little chart thing. So again, what was that? X is greater than 0. Correct. And then y is less than or equal to 0. Yeah. It should go +1, -1, right? X +1, y -1. Zero, 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 one, no, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, right? So it should go from, hold on, what's it actually drawing? Oh, it's here. So it's either not going up from 1 -1, or it's not going up and right from here. Okay, the up from there should work. So what's going on? Let me think about this. That square there is up here, right? So to get there, it's these two paths are the paths we can get to. So either of those is broken. Why? Oh, I didn't draw. There's up arrows from here, by the way. Oh, wait a minute. No, there aren't. Yeah, so it has to be up from this edge here, or up and right from here. I think I have another boundary, a boundary error. If you take into account the path length, you can do smooth shading as well. That's true. The Ultimate games didn't do that. They were very black and white, so to speak, like this. But there's nothing that says that I have to do it the same way. In fact, someone had a suggestion earlier today to, it was Nui, makes things less visible. Like if a tree is in the way, maybe you could still see it, but it's dim in some way. It could be calculated from the position. Yeah. We can just, if we had dimmed tiles, we can make it the further away a tile is from light, then the more dim it looks. Yeah. Okay. So there's two possibilities. Actually, both of them must be broken, right? We're not going from 1, -2 to 2, -3, and we're not going from 2, -2 to 2, -3. Let's see up. Absolute value of x is less than or equal to absolute value of y. Need to have that next to this chart. So that is true. The absolute value of 1 is less than or equal to the absolute value of -2. And y is less than or equal to 0, so it should go both, it should go up. Why does it not? Guess I'll make a unit test. All right. So we'll say this is, don't even need walls, do I? can see tile 1 right, 2 up. Because we definitely can't hear 1 right and 2 up. So we only need 1 tile. Yay. Tile set has 1 tile in it. There, I don't need wall 1. It's going to be, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It's going to be ground. Well, I have ground, don't I? I do have ground, so I can delete all the walls. No walls. Ground. Put it at 1, -2. And we should see it, right? So we should see the ground at 1, -2. There's a test. See if it fails. Getting tired already. This stuff is draining. Yep, definitely don't see it. No sprites visible. Okay, so why? Why indeed? I guess we'll just trace all the propagations, so click there and debug. F5 is what I want. -1, 0. So that's up, left, up. Actually, it was up and then up, left. Now it's going up again. 2, 0. It's going to the right. 2, -1. Need to compare that with this again. 2, so that's this one here. One, 2. Which one am I looking for? I'm looking for 1, 2, -1, -2, -3, right? Yeah, so let's adjust that breakpoint. X equals 2 and Y equals -3. And I just hit escape, which was dumb. Enter. Okay. Go. It never hits it. Okay, so did it hit this one? 2, -2. No. Did it hit 2, -1? Yes. And it's true. So it's not going from 2, -1 to 2, -2. It's not going up from there. Why not? Okay, so from here, it'll add it to the... Okay, so I can... Yeah, it'll add it to the edge, right? So I can then put a breakpoint like right here, conditioned on that. So the same condition, right? -2, -1, right? And put that here. There we go. And then hit go again. All right, so what happened here? Position is 1, -1, that's correct. Quadrant mask is 4, is that right? Yeah, it's 4. Okay. So, well, yeah, it was... Actually, I don't even need to do that, right? Because I'll know it'll be illuminated, because it was in the last edge. Right, so x is not less than 0, so it won't evaluate left. That should be true, so it'll go right. Actually, what direction should it do? Should it do up, up, right, and right? So it does right. Up and right. Oh wait, this is wrong then. Absolute value of, so this is what, up and down? And x is, oh, did I get that backwards? Oh wait, wait. I'm using the wrong coordinates. It should be not x and y. It should be using position x and position y. And I did this thing again where I have two things named position. This is really a edge position. Okay, so I think I know what I did wrong. And this is a tile position. Find the... Yeah, this is wrong too, isn't it? Oh no, this is the tile position. All of these are tile positions, correct? Yeah. Just giving it a more explicit name because I screwed up and had two things with the same name. Alright, so it's not... We can use that, that's fine, right? But it's when we're comparing these, when we're computing these cones, it's not x and y, it's tile position dot x and dot y. Is that the only place I use it? No, you have it here too. I don't know why that worked. Maybe we were just lucky. Still doesn't work. Well, that's weird. Wait, they look the same to me. Oh, the tile is wrong. Oh, my test is wrong. There's no tile 2 in this one. There's only one tile, so it's 1. 1. Okay, passing all tests again. This is good. Passing tests, good. Not passing all tests, bad. This is how software works. You keep working on it, you keep hitting it with the hammer until it works. The trick is to know exactly where to strike with the hammer. You hit the wrong place with the hammer, you just make it worse. After every strike, you listen, you say, did I hit that right? No? Okay, a little bit to the left. Oh, I need to run my sync script again. Don't want to waste any time with that. It's these mismatched and receive entries with the installing snapshot. Different bug, I don't have time for it today. Working around that by resynchronizing everything. Okay, you're up and running. Now you're caught up. This is good. Log in now, please. Oh, almost. I fixed one pi wedge. Now there's one pi wedge still broken. That's down and left. Where is down and left? There is down and left. Doesn't look quite right. Well, it's rounding, right? Are you saying it's going one extra? What it is it's 8 quadrants away, and so it's probably hitting just the lower left quadrant here. So it would probably look better if like we were talking about earlier, like if this would show up a little bit dimmer than the one to the left and down from it. It's sort of rounding up to the nearest tile when it does that. But this one is missing. That's the one we're looking at now. Down and left. That is down and left. It's if y is greater than or equal to 0. Yes. And x is less than 0. Make another test, just with slightly different coordinates. Yep. Let's do it. Can see tile 2 left and 1 down. 2 left, 1 down. 2 left would be -2, down would be 1. -2, 1. Build. Also, the top doesn't show as much as the right. Is it just the way it's rounded, maybe? There is a barrier up there. Oh, yeah, you're right. So there could be still a bug there, right? Oh, I know. I think I might know what it is. 0, 0 is not the middle of the tile. It's the upper left quadrant. So if I like added a half to each one, it probably would look better. That's probably what I should do, right? Right, yeah, it's rounding up to the upper left or something. Yeah, it's rounding in one direction. It's a little bit biased right now. I'll fix the bias later. I really want to fix this one though. Okay, yeah, this ain't working. Why? So it's this condition I care about, right? 2 left and 1 down would be this, which is 1, 2, 3. -3 by +2. Edit this condition. Same thing. Okay. So debug away. And we never hit that spot. We never hit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. We should hit it from this or this. So -2, +1. Debug. It's not hitting there either. Wait a minute. That should just be a direct going left, shouldn't it? Yeah. So is left not working? Like, is it not even getting to that set of coordinates? Indeed. Why not? It should get there from here. That's in the original edge. Right. Debug. Okay, here we go. It should go left. It's not going left for some reason. That is true. So it should go left. Wait a minute. Oh, there's another one of those absolute value things. I missed it. It's tile position. Dough. Okay. Hopefully it fixed it. Should I put the bias thing in there to fix this shape too? So this would be like x plus 0.5 instead of what it is. So these all have parentheses in front and the 0.5 there. Or should it be minus? It should be minus, shouldn't it? To move the origin to the actual center of the tile. If this is 0, then move by half, right? So that it's minus 0.5 plus 0.5 instead of 0 and 1. Telling myself this to convince myself I'm right. Run. Oh, I think we hit an infinite loop. So, good thing I have this thing. I can say stop. Let's debug and see why we're hitting an infinite loop. Well. And then break. Break. It's not breaking. I can't break it? Why not? Go. Break. Okay, it broke that time. We're in here. What is X and Y? 3, 6. Oh, is this not is this never stopping? Just going forever? Because that's an integer, and an integer minus a float is... Is it? I thought it would convert that to a double. Am I wrong? 12 minus 0.5. Yep, 11.5. So, oh, wait a minute. No, that's... Oh, it's minus. That's the problem. Not minus, plus. So it was going infinitely in the diagonal directions. Good thing I got unit tests, right? Okay, so run it again. Yay. Okay. Infinite loop. See, we were bound to hit one today with that do while. Snapshot and stop and go again. I'm not going to get nearly done, am I? I still have to actually do light sources and then masking the light versus the vision. Oh well. Hey, but look at that. It kind of works now. Hey, look at that. Can't see around the corner until you walk there. Hey, look at that. I think it's working, don't you? It's actually a little bit faster now too, because it's enumerating, it's doing fewer loops. It's still kind of slow. Or is it? Actually, no, now it's kind of... Okay, when there's a lot of tiles illuminated, it's a bit slow. So that's slowed down a lot. It's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on the performance of this thing. It's too slow. What? Now it won't move. Move! Are we crashed? No, it's just really slow. Why is it really slow here? I don't know. GG! Did I say that right, Toulouse? Since the maps are static, it makes sense to pre-render the light maps. The light maps, yes. But the vision maps change whenever the camera moves. So we could do stuff like cache vision maps that are recently used. And so we can say, well, if you have a camera at a certain X and Y, here's the vision map for it, and then like just track the last 100 of them or something. I could do something like that. You'd have to reevaluate them though if anything that might obscure vision moves. So I don't know why my server isn't even letting me. Oh, because we had a timeout. Yeah, okay, it's borked. I think it's just too slow right now. I gotta work on the performance of this thing. Maps and sets and stuff like that, standard template library containers are very slow in debug mode on Windows. Because there's a lot of extra range checking that's done. So I could work on either a couple different things. Not use the standard collections, use my own, or I can build that module only in release build, which would compile away all those range checks. Or I could just measure the performance and try to see if there's another big bottleneck somewhere. Cool, so I think this is what I want. I just have to make it faster. And then add light emission. So like the idea is this would emit light. So let's say if you move down there, you would actually see it even if it's beyond your normal dark vision range, right? Because there's a light there. And you can imagine like if the sun is setting, this shrinks more and more because you just can't see around you without light, but you'd still see distant light sources and you see the things that they illuminate. That's the idea that I had. But I don't think I'm going to get to that today. I have a few minutes left, right? 18 minutes. I can maybe build this in release mode and then profile it. Yeah, so that's what I expected. I didn't expect this to cast a shadow in that direction because of the vectors that I picked back here. Because it's only straight up or straight diagonal or straight to the left, when you have something that's shaped like that, it actually reaches around. So this goes to here, which then goes to the left. So there can be no shadow in that vector. But you get a diagonal shadow there, and you get a horizontal shadow there. Another way you could do is you could be a little more aggressive about allowing or disallowing some of these lateral moves after you've gone diagonally. But then what you'd see is you'd see a cone here, a cone shadow, which I think is not so nice because you can't see around a corner if it's a cone. I kind of like it to be like a straight shadow like that. But yeah, you do get weird effects where the shadow disappears, right, like that. I guess you could chalk it up to say like the shadow sort of disappears from some certain angles because you can see around in either direction well enough. Like I'm close now, I'm within the cone of vision so that I can see horizontally around that corner. But if I step one to the right, it's no longer the case. If I step down again, I can see around the corner again. All right. So I think I'm going to build this release build and profile it. I haven't done that in a while. It might be fun, right? So that means I'm going to shut the server down. And how did I build this on Windows before? I did it with Visual Studio, didn't I? So I would do the same thing, right? I would just launch Visual Studio. Here we go. Visual Studio, launch. Hey there, 715209 with the POG. I know, it's working, but it's slow. Slow. It's so slow. Yeah, so this is set up to do release with debug info so that we can get the names of the functions in our profile report. I'm just going to hit F5, the right key. I think actually that's run. So let me do a build cancel. Is it done? Okay, build. I want to do a... Oh, it's not canceled yet. It's still working. Yes, reload. Visual Studio has to reload the solution and projects files that are generated when you build. Build solution, right? It's been a while since I've used Visual Studio. This is one of the reasons I use it, though, is it has nice performance analysis tools. I just need to remember how to run them. I think I have this thing set up to do it, right? Oh, but I had a weird environment where, like, I had to run it and then run the rest of the cluster, and I had to make sure that this one starts up as the leader, right? Which is easy to do. You just let it start first. You use it daily? Yeah. I haven't built in Visual Studio for a while, so it's ending up rebuilding a lot of things. Okay, so let me review the steps. I would launch it first, and then launch the rest of the cluster with this. And actually, no, I had a script for this, didn't I? That calls update and serve, but really what it wants is update RVS and then serve, right? And then I want to run it once and then run this, I think. Because this is set up to debug in place on the stage. Yeah. It's going to run server 10. Yeah, so I need to update it, run it once, stop it, then run this in the profiler and start up the rest of the cluster. So it's a little bit convoluted. Develop it. Long time no see. Hey, how's it going? Working on casting shadows like this in the game now, using an algorithm that I have here illustrated in wonderful Raimu art of how I do the shadow casting or vision casting, which took like, how long? Like 2.5 hours for me to get right. And it's working, it's just kind of slow, so I want to get some performance measurements right now. I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing well. Building, building, building. Should BS while I'm letting this build. Actually, let's look at the game and see if anyone's playing. I don't think anyone's playing. So recently I added this area in the game. There are these sewers under the starter town. And development, you might not have seen any of this, but the old zone I was making for testing the world building, all that stuff, is being deprecated. So I have this gateway, this like doorway into that's just standing on its own, kind of like from the Dark Tower books by Stephen King, if you remember those. Like just a doorway standing on the beach somewhere. If you step through it, you will go to Between the Worlds, where there are a whole bunch of locked doors, but one of them is open, and you go through there, and it's a one-way door, one-way trip into these sewers, where we have A squared running around here to illustrate. If you go all the way around the bridge here and go up, you go to the starter town. There's not much here, but this well, if you step near this well, it sets up a save point so that if you die, you respawn there. You can talk to him to get healed, but what you really want to do when you get here first is find Bob, the guard. No idea where he is. There he is, way up there in the corner. He will give you a sword if you ask for it, and then with that sword, you can go back down into the sewers and fight these monsters. So the monsters spawn now regularly, and this one's actually brutal. Let's save A squared. Yeah, they're pretty OP. It's this ogre that's OP. I really want them to hang out way back there. There are issues. I don't want these orcs to be here. They shouldn't wander far, but I haven't written the code to restrain them from wandering far. They should just hang out there. There's another problem in that when you spawn here, when you first get here and you have no weapon, if the slime is anywhere on this path, you will not be able to get into the town at all. Do you simulate the entities of no players in range? Yeah, that's another thing that I have to fix. Right now, they're always moving. So the majority of the changes to the game happen when no one's logged in, everyone is logged out, and these NPCs are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. So yeah, if you get within range of these guys, you will aggro them and they will chase you. So you can see them there. They're chasing A squared around. He's got to get pretty far away before the aggro falls off. Looks like he's drawing them out of their cave. So the missing feature is that when they get about here, I think I want them to just de-aggro and just start heading back. Just like in World of Warcraft, I think. Is it a totally different game? Well, thank you, develop it. If you can't watch, that's fine. I have some recap videos just for you. There are 3 of them now, so you can see everything that happened in May, June, and July on YouTube there. You can get caught up within like 25 minutes. So there's a lot of things missing here, but we're working on things every week. And like in the stream panels below, you can see there's a different focus for every day now of the week. So Mondays, I'll be trying to work on the game content. Tuesdays, bug fixing. Thursdays is refactoring. Today is Wednesday, which is new mechanics. That's why I'm working on the lighting system. And then Friday will be like sound effects and art. So there's actually art. I mean, sound and particle effects in the game. And you can see it if in combat. You'll see flashes whenever someone gets hit, and there's actually a hit sound that plays. And maybe A Squared will demonstrate. These steps over there is gonna. Oh, he got one shot by the orc. I'm sorry. Here, we'll res you. Lua heal. What's your ID? 14389. Oh wait a minute. I need to know your. No, that should have worked. Lua heal. 14389. Maybe not. Lua heal. A Squared 31415. Okay, how come I can't heal you? Is this broken? It's broken. The heal script is broken. Anyway, I think you just respawned. Yeah, these guys are a bit OP right now. But you could hear the sound effects and the particles when they were fighting. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? You'll check it out tomorrow? Just be careful, these sewers are quite dangerous now. In fact, yeah. I wonder if we should have the slimes, like, not get in the way of this path. Or maybe you start with a weapon. Maybe you start with like a rusty knife or something. Dumb feature request, sound for hitting the wall. That's interesting. Like if you try to move into the wall and the wall blocks you. They had that in the Ultima games. I like that idea. Let me put that on my list here. Only the slimes spawn independently from the ogres. Yeah, that's the other thing. So there are 2 problems, right? These guys wander too far, and their spawn limits are all shared. So right now you won't get any slimes because basically there are too many orcs and ogres. So what I've been doing is kind of thinning the herd. Stop moving so I can remove you. I'll leave 1 ogre, right? So if I remove all of the orcs but 1, we should get some slimes spawn over here. Yes, slimes, are you gonna spawn? Maybe not. It should eventually. Oh wait, but no, I guess we had too many orcs again. Come on, orcs, stop spawning. No, we don't want orcs. I could tune their spawn rate down too. I think their spawn rate is actually pretty high. Okay, there we got a slime. He's in the way. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Stream is going okay. I was working on lighting today. I got it working, but it's kind of slow. So I've been waiting to build this in release build. Okay, it's done. So yeah, I want to run this on under the gaze of the performance measurement tool. So let's see if I get this right. It's W update release VS, then serve. So that'll copy them, and that's all I need to do because now I want to say tool, where is it? Analyze performance profiler, right? Is this the right one? And then you hit go, start. And then that'll, basically it starts first. I let it boot up and then I start the rest of them. And this will recognize 10 is already running. And now the cluster is up and they're all caught up. And so it's actually running. And I can walk around and see. So it's going to be a lot better performance because it's not a debug build anymore. But The important thing is like how slow it gets when I round these corners and stuff. So here I'm actually able to demonstrate the lighting system we just put in today. So there is a maximum view distance in this test mode, and we have these mountains block your vision. So we can go all the way around here. Go all the way around here. I want to just collect some metrics, so I'm just constantly moving. Every time I move, it's recalculating the vision map, basically. So what these little spark things are meant to be, I haven't gotten to it yet, but those are light emitters. The idea is if you stand out here, there's a light emitter out here, you should be able to see it even if it's beyond your ambient range because it's lit. But I haven't done that yet. I didn't get to it today. Enemies blocking you. Oh, it's not pushed to production yet, you're right. So you can step over enemies, right? Before I push that into production, though, I need to give the player some way to fight them when they start out there, like some kind of starting weapon that's not as good as a sword, but at least you can kill the slimes with it. Yeah. Neato, yeah. So does this remind you of the Ultimate games? Because this reminds me strongly of them. You'd have that kind of shadow casting when you walk around something. I like it. So now you can't see the maze. You have to actually walk through the maze to figure it out. There's some weird corner cases, like there's no shadow casting from here at this odd angle because of the basically the vectors I chose for shadow casting. So if you're like off at a 30-degree angle, there's actually no shadow unless, I think, yeah, if it's totally contained, there's a shadow, of course. But if you could see around it from certain angles at 30 degrees, the way I've done it, yeah. You have to recalculate the whole vision map, or can you derive something based on the player could have walked only, well, the problem is when you see me walking around something like this, there's quite a few changes just from just one square of movement, right? So potentially, like, everything could change. So I don't know of an efficient way to reduce the work other than just every time you move, just remap. But if you guys have any ideas, I'll look into it. I think I've collected enough data, right? So we will shut the servers down, and this will give me my diagnostics. If I did this right, I will get a critical path and how much time was spent in every function. So crossing my fingers now. Yeah, algorithmic hackiness. I was talking earlier saying if I had some friends who are really good at algorithmic analysis, I could just pass them my code and they can tell me what improvements I can make. Do I need this output window? I think this is right. So here are our bottlenecks. Really what I want to do is not that one. Unless just in case I screw this up, let me save this somewhere. Not in my temp folder. I had, is this what that was for? Yeah. So my diagnostics session, so I don't lose it. Could save the direction along with the tile where the vision that lighted up the tile came from and go from there. Maybe. Something I can look into. It's hard enough just explaining what I'm trying to do. You know, I made this, where is it? I made this Raimu art in the first place, and it was tough enough to figure this out and to describe it. So describing how to make it more efficient, it might be beyond my capabilities at the moment until I like sit down and really think about it a lot. All right, what did I want to do here? I wanted to right click and then do view and call tree, right? Why does this say broken? I don't know. Oh yeah, here we go. Right, so most of the, this is what I expected. Most of the time is spent in the game systems. And it's going to be the rendering. Yeah, so the rendering system is clearly very expensive now. It's 35% of the time we are doing updating old cameras. Sprite shift feedback, exactly. So it's the illumine function. It's way too expensive right now. This is what I expected. So the trick is to find where is the bottleneck in the illumine. Propagate light, okay. Aha, look at that. We're spending most of our time just looking up components. So if I just like cached component information, I bet it would be a lot faster. Also create, what is this? Default delete. Oh, so just dealing with JSON values is expensive. So if I could get away from looking up components and handling JSON values, I could save most. See, most of the time is spent in that, right? Let's look at. Let's just double click that one and see what's going on here. These readouts are kind of cool because you can see like this is the number of samples, the number of times that the tool saw that we were on that line of code. And this percentage is a percentage of the CPU time spent either on that line or in some call that was triggered by that line. So you can see 8% of the time for the entire game is spent at this top of this for loop, right? So this loop is very expensive. And then it actually highlights in red the bottleneck. So the bottleneck here is looking up the tile set. So if I just cache the tile set information, I'd gain most of my time back. This is why you should never just guess about what might be slow. You should just collect the numbers because, like, we were looking at it before. I had that huge loop. Where was it? It wasn't even in Illumine, right? Where was it? It was like the outer loop that looks at the edge. Yeah, this loop. So this loop doesn't even show up as, like, being that important, right? But you might have thought, oh, this is a lot of code. This would spend a lot of the time go here. No, it's actually just getting the tile set component. So if I were to cache this, the bottleneck would then shift somewhere else. Are you doing server-side rendering? Yes, exactly. We're doing server-side rendering of the camera. If I did client-side rendering, people could cheat because they would be able to see through walls just by changing their JavaScript that they have downloaded. You know, basically fork the client and then turn off the shadow casting. But I might have to do that, right? If I can't, like, I would basically iterate through making changes to the code and measuring the performance again, and each time hitting the bottleneck. So I'd hit this one first. I try to cut this loop down. If that's not enough, though, I would have to move this code to the front-end client, and then it's like that gray area where players could cheat if they were so inclined. Yeah, so it's I call it a gray area because maybe we allow it because most people won't cheat, and even if they do cheat, really they're only maybe at worst they're killing their own fun. It's not like it's competitive right now, and actually if it became competitive, maybe in the competitive zones we wouldn't allow client rendering. I misspelled JavaScript. Oh no, 715 did. Oh, Rust, I see. To try to avoid strings completely. Yeah, exactly. I think 3D Extended, you're right. That these are all strings. I mean, you can see they're not insignificant. This line alone, the tool hit it 7 times. Most of these lines it's not going to hit at all. That means that these are hardly taking any time. They're taking up such a small amount of time that the samples never sampled them. But so every line here that gets at least one sample is a suspect. So even looking up the type of the tile. Now probably these are more likely to be hit because they are in a loop, which is being called from a function that's also in a loop itself, right? In fact, there are 2 loops. So there's more stress. This is the innermost loop, right? But yeah, even like this break happens 114 times, right? Maybe there's a better way to write this code. But this is obviously something I could change, right? I could cache all the tile set visibility. I could just evaluate it once. Find out what the visibility is for every single tile. The only time where I'd have to where I couldn't use this information, I haven't put it in here yet, but I wanted to have tiles where you can override the visibility. So you might have a wall that you can actually see through for some reason, or a square of bare ground that you can't see across. But that would be an exception to the rule. It's the milliseconds spent on it, not the... no, this is the number of hits. This is the percentage, I thought. I mean, they're roughly equivalent. It could be... I mean, it's the same. It's just different units, right? This is either milliseconds or number of samples. I think it's number of samples, though, because they're integers. If it was milliseconds, I'd expect that they would print... oh, I got a phone call I got to take. Let me take a break for just a minute. Apologies about that. It's one of those phone calls you can't say, you can't talk right now. You know what I mean. All right. Okay, yeah. I'm really just kind of pontificating about this performance measurement stuff. I don't think I have enough time. Yeah, it's past 4 hours today anyway. So I don't know if I'll do it on stream or if I'll do it off stream, but yeah, the next thing I would do here is cache this information, get back my 20% of my CPU, and then measure again and see. Basically, the threshold for me is to get the rendering system in line with the other game systems. So if I collapse this back and show you the different systems, the tile set system at 8%, NPC movement at almost 5, trigger at 3. This is player movement system. So I want it to be at least balanced so that the rendering system is not clearly outweighing the other game systems, right? Because once it gets into balance, then I can continue shaving time off of the rendering system, but then it's diminishing returns, right? I would be more apt to go into the tile set system and try to get some of that 8% back. You start to split hairs when you get them even. It's like you can't just optimize one of them anymore. You have to optimize all of them, and then it gets harder. You're playing with Yada, and you think they might have something like this feature you're talking about wanting yesterday. The add marker. I could try that out. It's not that I want to mark my place in chat. I want to like quickly swipe messages I've seen so that like it'll help me find messages I'm missing. But that's a good idea for me to look into. Thank you for that. Maybe you should look about strings first, and as more code has to be changed at some later point. Yeah, that's one thing I worry about sometimes is that the more I use like JSON values with string keys, the more of that code I write. That just means there's more code I have to go back and refactor or rewrite later. Never do anything in programming or IT. Want to start with it, and you're going to university. Yeah, so number one is consider what you want to do with programming. Is it game dev? Is it algorithm stuff like facial recognition, voice recognition? Do you want to be making programs like Skype where you're communicating over the network? You know, what do you want to do? Once you pick something that you like, let's say it's game dev, then you focus in on what are the tools out there that'll help you get up to speed in that area. So like if you did pick game dev, I would suggest either Unity, Unreal Engine, Godot, or Game Maker Studio. All of them have great communities, tutorials, learning guides, and documentation, and all that stuff. And your choice of programming language also depends on what you want to do. So if, even within some small subset like game dev, there's lots of languages you can write games in. Do you like C#, C++, Rust, Go? You know, all those things. So it really depends on what you want. Now, if you don't know what you want, I like to point people at Python as a beginning language because it's pretty clean. It is not as confusing as the other languages. So you can even write games in Python. You look up Pygame, Pygame. That's what I had my son work on for a while until he realized that he didn't really like programming. So you have to be prepared for that, right? If you start learning programming and you're like, this sucks, I don't like this, that's a sign that you might want to reconsider the what you're going to university and what you're doing career-wise for, right? Just beware. You don't want to get into a situation where you've gone to university to get a job in programming, and then you learn that you don't like programming at all. So be mindful of that, I guess. That's why picking something you enjoy doing as a focus for learning programming is a good idea. Because if you're doing something you don't really enjoy, you won't really know if is it the programming or is it just the thing you're doing with the programming. You don't know which one is your problem, right? Yeah, that's my advice. Summed up in about 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So I think I'm going to end the stream, and well, working on tomorrow will be refactoring. Actually, this does fall into the realm of refactoring, so maybe I will do this tomorrow. Caching the tileset information to improve the performance of the lighting system, because I really do want to have this lighting system running in the production code. I think the feature enables a lot more storytelling and exploration and hiding secrets. Where right now you can see through all the walls, so it's really hard to hide anything. So. So this is probably what I'm going to be working on tomorrow, but more on the aspect of instead of adding more features here, I'm going to be trying to cut down the CPU time and also clean up the code. So the code I wrote is pretty ugly. If we just look at this, it just goes pages and pages. The indentation level is really deep. So I'd want to try to cut this down a bit. So that's probably what I'm going to be working on tomorrow, if you want to join me. The stream panels below say what time I'll be starting tomorrow in your local time zone, and then also the day-to-day you can see what my focus is going to be in general. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching me today. I'm going to go pick someone else to raid, and then I'm going to go get something to eat. I was going to raid Spheris if she's on, and she is on. So let me post that link in case you want to browse there yourself. I'm going to enter it into the raid thing right now. If I could type correctly. This is always a challenge for me to type things correctly. Okay, I'm hitting the button. So once again, Spheris is a frequent viewer in this channel. She's also a Unity game dev working on her own game. So if you have any questions or interest in Unity, it's a good place to go. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Bye.